God, what happened to your voice, Evan?
What's wrong with your voice, Evan?
It was like you were going like Indian. You were like,
Yeah.
I have my
Apologies, I just ridden through a diseased tribe recently, and I still can't shake off it.
didn't get any of that. Something about going through something recently.
Yeah.
I keep telling you this is program. I'll give it back to
It's a
OBS.
program. It's a program, I think he said.
Evan, we're probably gonna need you to type out in like the fucking like private chat or the live in the live feed or something
In other
like
news,
that.
check out
Anyway.
my cool new Halloween shirt. Oh, yeah.
I
That's
swear, half
right.
that movie's soundtrack is just John Carpenter fucking around on his keyboard. You know what I'm saying?
As he
Yeah.
rises up and
Anyways, guys, so for this fucking Backseat Boys, I've been waiting fucking a long ass time for this. So this fucking video, zombies are political.
you could have said to Evan, I have waited a long time for this, my little green friend.
Yeah, a very deep dive into Telltale's The Walking Dead. So, as you all know or may not know, I'm a big fan of this game series. John's played it. I'm not sure if Evan's played it, but yeah, this is you haven't. Okay, this is the most. This is quite possibly. I've only seen like the first 40 something minutes of it. This is quite possibly the most retarded fucking video essay I've ever seen on all of YouTube. This is easily dumber than any of Ant's videos. I swear to God, it's got it all. Yes, John, exactly.
Does he have a new arch nemesis?
No, I don't want to jump that yet, but I just want to say this is easily the dumbest. So, who made this fucking video? Well, this video was made by a fucking company or whatever channel called Game Assist. Get a load of this, John. Game Assist is a collective standing for liberation and transformative justice through games. Through game writing, research, and development, we provide political education, build community, and organize and inspire action in the games industry with the goal of our collective liberation. Our members are Sarah, they, she, Fia, they, Charlotte, she, Bia, she, and Fizz, she.
Wait, be a she?
Bia, she, yeah. This is our main channel where we share our video essays and reviews centering on topics like gender and sexuality, disability, capitalism, colonialism, and a whole bunch more. So basically, in a nutshell, this whole channel is nothing but fun on the bun. You guys know what I'm saying?
Question, what are they being liberated from? They said they were liberating themselves from something.
I don't know, man. Fucking first world problems or some shit like that.
I don't know who's like imprisoning them or whatever, but I'd be fine with them being liberated if they're currently. It's kind of like whenever they're saying, you know, our rights are human rights for certain groups, and it's like, what rights don't you have? Shut up.
Yeah, I'm being oppressed. How? I just am. Oh, well, anyway, without further ado, let's just jump right into this crap, shall we?
Lee. Clam. Anything for Clam.
13 years ago, Telltale released the first episode of...
it says 13, like 13. Yeah, great fucking mic there.
Sounds like they're like talking into a tin can in front of this microphone.
Yeah.
King Dead. A game which would not only change their fate as a company, but would change the landscape of the gaming industry for good. Lead writers Sean Bannerman and Jay Brodkin would go on to...
What'd you say, John?
It changed the landscape of the gaming industry for good. I'm like, I don't know if I would really say that.
Adventure games, certainly, but not the gaming industry as a whole, no.
It's like, yeah, there were QuickTime event games before that. There were choice-based kind of games like Monkey Island and shit. Those were more like point-and-click adventure. And there were episodic games before and after.
Yeah. Really Telltale's big innovation was just scaling back on like the gameplay and puzzle solving and item management and all that crap, and just being a story focused thing pretty much. So
Speaking of which, I played their Back to the Future game, which was before The Walking Dead, I believe.
yeah.
And it was more like kind of puzzly or more less hand-holdy, I would say. It was more like open. It was still very understandable, but they had already done like a big property in their style.
Yeah. The Walking Dead one was just their breakthrough hit. Yeah.
Yeah, just because the show was super popular at the time, so they kind of struck while the iron was hot.
Mm-hmm.
Found Campo Santo and create another masterpiece, Firewatch. A little-known group of French game developers would be inspired by the Telltale model to create Life is Strange, now a phenomenon expanding.
What?
Life is Strange is like kind of niche. I wouldn't call it a phenomenon. The first game was like somewhat popular, and
Yeah.
they've had like 3 or 4 games, but I haven't. Or wait, no, I think I did play the second one. That was the one with the little illegal immigrant kids.
Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway,
The
Like,
life and
that's
Also-
still not industry changing though. It's like, oh, it inspired this one other like kind of popular series.
yeah.
the possibilities of the narrative episodic game genre. And zombie games, a genre rarely considered to be artistic, thought-provoking, or anything other than a cesspool
I have
of
a question.
mindless violence.
What,
Yep.
Evan?
Why does this lady sound like Star Wars Meg?
I don't know, man. I guess they all run in the same circles or some shit like that. I don't know. Must be a regional accent. I don't know.
Also, as I was listening to your description, I saw the face of God and he was weeping.
Who?
The face of God and
Who
he
are the
was
fates of
weeping.
God?
No, the face of God, not the faith of
Face,
God.
like what's
Oh, the
wrong with your
face.
face,
What about
God?
the face of God, Evan?
He was weeping. I thought
Evan,
the names were all the names.
I think you got to either like unplug and replug your mic or close the program and reopen it.
This damn program, man.
Yeah.
Try turning it off and turning it back on.
Yeah, Evan, that works all the time. Yeah. Anyway.
Violence would have a question posed right to its unbeating heart, or should I say, decomposing brain. What if
Baha,
something
Ah.
used to
zombies.
say more?
See,
Perhaps
get it
ironic-
because it's a zombie.
Yeah, fucking hilarious, bro.
The Telltale as a company would be consumed into bankruptcy by the self-consuming, flesh-eating forces of capitalism.
Okay,
All right, you don't
no.
have to make everything a fucking zombie joke. Jesus.
Yeah, and also, no, Telltale Games did not fucking fail because it fell into the self-consuming, flesh-eating forces of capitalism. It fucking went under because of bad fucking business practices. Fucking simple as that.
Yeah, weren't they paying like way too much for the licensing? And that was like all they started doing after all was like Game of Thrones, Batman. It was all like huge properties.
Yeah, I know I know the reason why. I just gotta look it up here real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not wrong on this here. Hang on.
I think that was
'Cause
part of it
ironically-
that ate into profits.
Yeah, ironically, it was this game that fucking killed it. But let me see here.
I really like Wolf Among Us. I can't wait. I think they're supposed to have a season 2 now. 'Cause they
Yeah.
got saved or something. But
Yeah.
that was always my favorite Telltale game.
Yeah, Telltale's death was kind of like a death by 1,000 cuts game. But yeah, so, okay, here we go. So it wasn't just one game that ended up bringing down Telltale Games, but after their breakout hit, The Walking Dead Season 1, every one of their games afterwards, with the exception of Minecraft Story Mode, lost them money. Because most of their output was licensed games, Telltale made very small profit margins on them, requiring them to sell lots of copies in order to turn a profit. Their method of counteracting this, producing lots and lots of games as quickly as possible, also backfired on them, as it burnt out their staff and prevented Telltale from innovating, improving, or experimenting with their games, leading to diminishing returns in both sales and reception due to repetition. It was company policy for their games to be strictly formula. Telltale's head at the time believed essentially that all they had to do was use their money from The Walking Dead to make a dozen or so more games just like it to make back a dozen times their money. So in a weird way, their breakout hit ended up being their killer. By moving them away from their profitable budget games like Sam & Max, Freelance Police, Tales of Monkey Island, or Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people, instead using their new funds in endless attempts to recapture lightning in a bottle with increasingly outdated and unimpressive results. Following the closure in 2018, the name and some of its assets were bought up by LCG Entertainment, forming a new Telltale company that has only the license to publish and sell games on Warner Brothers properties and its own few original IPs. As for new games, the revived company has opted to develop only 2 so far, while collaborating with other studios, using an industry standard engine instead of its own, and choosing to complete all the titles as episodes before release.
So 2 things with that. One, I'm glad I remembered that right. So it was a lot just the licensing stuff requiring them to sell so much. And
Yeah.
the other thing that comes, like, aside from all the developer burnout stuff, like, you can't really effectively build hype if you're having multiple types of the same game come out the same year. Like, they were pumping them out pretty quick. I remember the first Walking Dead game, it was fairly well hyped, and they like really led up to it for a while. And then like each episode would get a trailer on YouTube and shit. And I actually bought mostly all of their games. I would wait until they came out on disc and buy them then when all the episodes were out. But it was like, you get Batman had 2 seasons, then Wolf Among Us, then the Game of Thrones one, and maybe I'm controversial in this as far as a gamer goes. I don't actually mind a studio like sort of staying in their niche or like not completely remapping the formula every game. But again, when you do it so close together, you do tire people. Like, it does get boring. Like, if they were like 2 years apart on each one of those, I probably would not have gotten bored with it. I would just be like, oh, hey, cool. The new Telltale game. It's a new story. It's a new setting, whatever. Like, that's enough difference for me. I don't mind if they have basically the same gameplay. And yeah, and thank God that I didn't know that they were doing the unified engine. That sounds like godsend, because that was one thing with these games. They would glitch out or skip frames for like games that were so not graphically demanding and so simple gameplay wise, like so on rails. It was amazing how much they didn't work.
Yeah.
So yeah, it sounds like overall good news. I don't know what the other one is other than Wolf Among Us 2, but
yeah, the other one they made was The Expanse. That one's already out and released in full.
Tales from the Borderlands. That was actually a pretty good one too, and that one did have a little bit more choice in it. Like, you could pick 2 to bring for the final mission, like Mass Effect 2 or something.
Yeah.
And you build up some relationships in that. That was a fun game. I haven't played new Tales from the Borderlands, even though I bought the disc for it.
I heard it sucked. Anyway.
Oh, Evan?
Am I better now?
Yes.
All right, yeah,
yes.
you're better now.
You're not skipping, so that's good.
Yeah.
Sounds like you might have a refrigerator running behind you, but other than that, you're good.
Yeah.
Unironically, there is a refrigerator behind me.
I knew that sound.
I knew it anyway.
I knew it.
The unexpected critical.
But yeah, I may be in and out of this stream, just to give you guys an update, but my mic seems to be working better now. So there's that.
You're at In and Out
That's all I
Burger.
care
Got
about.
you.
Anyway.
Okay.
Success of The Walking Dead led to a bloating of Telltale's creative portfolio,
He
where
looks like a
following Robert
goober.
Yeah.
Kirkman, creator of the
Looks like
Walking
you
Dead
got
franchise,
Botox in the wrong side of the cheek.
Yeah, he got like really poofy cheeks, and then where his beard started, it like sucked the Botox out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god! That
Honestly,
prostate
it's
looks
kind of
exactly-
uncanny. It's really uncanny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like has the biggest cheeks and the smallest chin. It's the strangest face. It's like it just shrinks when it gets like right here.
Yeah. Looks like one of them fucking caricature drawings you get at like theme parks or yourself. Know what I'm saying?
I was thinking
It was like something you would see at a Mad magazine.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a Skyrim character where like you actually go in and try to do all those stupid facial settings, and then you just end
Oblivion.
up fucking it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just like, "Hello, I saw a mud crab the other day."
Anyway.
Where, following Robert Kirkman, creator of the Walking Dead franchise and the company Skybound Entertainment, Telltale was tasked with creating narrative episodic
Yeah, the Game of
adventures
Thrones one
for a
wasn't very
series of
good.
intellectual
Nah.
properties, from Game of Thrones to Batman to Borderlands
Batman
to
one was
The
all
Wolf
right,
Among
from
Us.
what I recall.
And
At least
I mean, they
season
were
one.
making all of these games at the same time and on compressed episodic release schedules. The company also struggled with the rapid technological advancements of the 2010s, which their aged game development engine, the Telltale tools, struggled to keep up with. All of this led to a need for more staff.
Really? All I ever hear from some gamers is, "Oh, these consoles are no different from the last ones of the 2010s." So
Yeah.
Under increasingly unsustainable pressure. This resulted in communication fault lines, crushing workloads, impossible deadlines, and a sometimes patchy quality of work, lamented by developers themselves, explaining the pressure that they were under and the stifling of their creative vision by higher ups. Not unrelated to these material conditions of the series' development, which began in 2012 and ended with workers on The Walking Dead's final season receiving news halfway through the development process about the bankruptcy of the studio and the loss of their jobs, swiftly if temporarily saved by the intervention of Skybound Entertainment. In this video, I want to talk about what I think is an under-discussed aspect of Telltale's The Walking Dead and its very important legacy. Especially since the
really?
10-year anniversary of The Walking Dead's release, there have been retrospectives abound, but few of them have addressed that, to this day, popular games with black, racialized, and child protagonists and
Jesus.
avatars, which
I was just gonna say how this series proves that nobody gives a shit about that stuff, because people joke about the people who say like, "Oh, I don't see race or whatever," and it's not that, but it's like you don't really think about Lee as a black guy. I just thought of him as a good character, and I legit like never even paid any mind until like years later when somebody brought up this fucking point. I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess he was black. That didn't really matter." Like,
Yeah.
they use it as jokes a couple times. Like, I remember whenever Kenny is like, "Oh, do you know how to pick a lock, Lee?" And he's like, and Lee just kind of stares at him. He's like, "Well,
What?
give me a break.
You,
I'm
you
from
know.
Florida." Yeah,
Well, you're, urban.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like they hit on it a couple times, but it's in like a fun way. It's never in like a preachy kind of way. And then
Yeah.
yeah, it really, and then Clementine, like she just looked like she could just be tan. I didn't even know she was supposed to be black, but
Yeah.
didn't really matter.
No, she's always had, yeah, Clementine's race has always been a bit ambiguous, if only because the people working at Telltale literally don't know. So we definitely know she has olive skin, but yeah, but anyway, I was about to say, it's like, yeah, John, you were to say like, "Oh, nobody talked about this." Well, in comes this lady, so I
Yeah.
guess somebody does now.
Everybody was just kind of like enjoying the game, and like a bunch of people they'd call like, "Oh my gosh, you get so mad every time there's a black lady in the game," because they write them like with social justice in mind nowadays and have all their dialogue fucked up as a result and make them
Yeah.
like insufferable characters. It's like, no, we actually don't care. Like, this is 2012. This is, fairly recent. It's over a decade ago, but it's like, not too far. Like, Gamergate was 2014 when that started. So it wasn't that far behind, and nobody gave a shit.
Right. Fucking hell. Also, especially since The Walking Dead, both as a franchise and this game series, does not touch on race at all. So I don't know why you feel like it's worth pointing out. So anyway.
take such thoughtful, intentional approaches to the role of race and age in storytelling.
It doesn't. Again, race and age are not things that this game series touches on. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna call it right now. She's gonna be like, "Oh, all these people that were mean to Lee were clearly had racial undertones to them, and all these people that were nice to Lee were other minorities or liberals. Maybe, I don't know."
Christ on a
Like,
bike.
she just showed that guy punching him in the face. She's gonna be like,
Larry, yeah.
he's just like, Larry distrusts him probably because he's black.
Still really rare. Now, place these 4 Walking Dead games, each a chapter of a larger story, within the context of a zombie apocalypse that questions the capitalist world order.
It
What?
doesn't. It doesn't, because the world order's fucking gone by the time these games take place, you dingbat.
Oh, this is like in Last of Us, whenever they visit Jackson in the HBO show, and the stupid like race swapped wife is like, "Oh, we are communists. We're part of a community." It's like she's like preaching to them that they're fucking communists because they like don't use, I don't know, maybe because they don't use money anymore. It's like, oh yeah, the hunter gatherer societies, they were all communists, I'm sure.
Yeah. And hey, we got Tristan saying, yo, 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 boys, race swapped commies. That is correct, Lethal. They were race swapped commies in that show.
Well, that's Lethal Nonsense's alt, clearly, Backseater. Can't you
Yeah.
read?
Yeah, also, Tristan, we still got room in the freaking, we still got room in the StreamYard if you want to join. Anyway, I know you're watching the UFC pay-per-view, but we still got
Ooh.
room. Anyway.
The very world order in which its creators were making these games.
A new world
capitalism
order.
is not a world order. What the fuck are you talking about? It's just an economic ideology.
Yeah, different countries have different, levels of capitalism versus socialism and stuff.
Yeah.
And we've got an absolute mine for the analysis of race, class, childhood, and more.
Okay, childhood maybe, since, kids are a recurring motif in these games, but race, class, and everything else, no, not really. Alright, see you, Lethal. Have fun watching the pay-per-view. Anyway.
Place all of that within the dominant trends of zombie games, and you've got something that can really help us interrogate what zombie games are really saying, and why we should be concerned about it.
Oh, really?
With a focus on a close reading of the text, this is the definitive deep dive into Telltale's The Walking Dead.
Oh boy, I'm fucking sweating bullets, guys.
Should fucking hope so anyway, because I think this is the longest video I've made yet.
Whoa, swearing! You know
Jesse.
this video's edgy, bro.
Jesse Gender made a longer one just saying you're not doing your job. And there's a lot more material to work with here. You got 4 games.
Yeah.
Hello, and welcome back to Game Assist. I'm
You don't
sorry,
say hello
pronouns
4
they,
minutes
them,
into
and
a
she,
video.
her.
Also, this art, lady, your art looks terrible. I'm just saying.
Yeah, make the waist skinnier and the boobs bigger. It's easy.
Yeah.
What in the 10 hells am I looking at?
Look at the character in the game. Looks like he's giving her character art the side eye. He's like, what the fuck?
Fucking AJ, yeah.
He's like, who this lady?
Yeah.
That lady looks like she would eat the other character.
Yeah, AJ, yeah.
And she, her.
Also, of course, it's like we had to mention the pronouns of this broad, as if we couldn't tell you're a woman.
Wait, I'm sorry, guys. I was very insensitive with, oh, shit, that's not where you edit it. Oh, I can't figure out where to add my pronouns in StreamYard. Damn it. Being so rude, I can't put he, him.
Anyway.
Insert.
I don't think anyone within the backseat cares.
No, John, we don't. Anyway.
Spiel here. Remember to please subscribe and turn on the notification bell if you're interested in more content like this.
I'll do the exact opposite, because your content sucks. Anyway.
If you really like what we do, consider joining our Patreon community from just £1 a month, or buying us a coffee.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, like, we're super critical of capitalism. Give us money, yeah.
And yes,
I was about to say, I feel like these are the kinds of people that would avoid Starbucks because Starbucks still serves coffee in Israel.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hey, Twitch, they cut it off for about a month or so, I think, but for a while they cut off Israel from all of their streams until people figured out that they had done it, and then they were like, oh, it was a mistake with our coding. It just so happened in October of 2023. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah.
On coffee. All of our links are in the description. Now, this video will contain spoilers for all seasons of Telltale's The Walking Dead. Slight spoilers.
Oh boy, I don't want to hear any of this.
So yeah, Evan, you might want to click off this if you want to like fucking like actually get invested in the story now. Anyway,
Walking
Nah,
Dead
it's
said
fine.
these
All I know is that there was a black guy, there was a little girl named Clementine, and the black guy got bitten by a zombie, and the little girl may or may not have killed him, and that's about it.
Well, that's actually when you say may or may not have, that's actually a choice in the game. So
it literally is. It's the
it's-
final choice in season 1.
you
Yeah.
you
I
either
know.
leave him.
I
Or,
know.
yeah. Oh,
Anyway.
it's one of the best moments though. Whenever he's like,
shows
"Keep that hair short." I'm just
Yeah.
like,
and slight
ah.
spoilers for other zombie games like Dead Rising 1 and 2, Red Dead Redemption, Undead Nightmare, and more. Before
Who
we
cares
get
about the
stuck
Red
in,
Dead Redemption DLC? That was like a dream.
Yeah. It was just all just a dream, and you were there, and you were there, and
Well,
you were there. Yeah.
And it makes more because it's like a DLC, so they didn't want to ruin the rest of the game's continuity by throwing in zombies randomly.
Yeah. Anyway, it would be fucking sick. Let's be real here. Anyway.
here
It
are
was
some
a cool
content
DLC.
Yeah.
warnings because there's some heavy stuff in these games.
Oh,
That's
you
heavy,
mean not
Doc.
what?
That's heavy, Doc. She said there's some heavy stuff in these games.
Yeah.
Quoting Marty McFly.
Yeah. Also, we do not need fucking spoiler or hang on, we do not need fucking content warnings. We're all grown ass adults here. We can handle this crap.
In this video, there will be depictions and discussions of flesh-eating zombie-related blood and gore.
Yeah, no shit, it's a fucking zombie game.
Oh my gosh, look at the asterisk. It's like it may not be a comprehensive list because there are so many fucked up things going on in these games. Stay safe. It's like holy
okay,
shit.
what else
You
we
want an
have?
audience of such pussies that you have to put up warnings like this?
Yes, we got emergency non-anesthesia
Non-anesthetized.
anesthetized. Fuck that word.
Even I can't say it right, but that's mostly it.
Emergency fuck non-word I can't pronounce medical procedures in a non-sterile environment. I don't know why the hell this is a content warning.
Yeah. So like
killing-
not proper germ like management, like not proper sterilization is now a content warning.
I don't killing, gun violence, knife violence, suicide, child abuse, racism. There is no racism in this game series. Fucking eugenics? What? Where the fuck in this game series are eugenics?
Maybe at some point somebody like leaves behind a fat person because they can't run from the zombies fast enough or they can't carry them. And they're like, oh, eugenics, they're trying to breed out the fat people. It's like, no, it's just a practical thing. But
yeah. And family separations.
I just love how like the made for TV version, she has like them do the same like cutting off limbs or whatever, but they pull out Bactine first and they're like and then they put on like surgical gloves and they're like, this is a safe way to remove a limb. It's like, oh, now we've made it much less gruesome, even though it has all the same blood and
she
shit.
She just pulls the fucking like rubber glove and all that crap like out of her pocket and
Puts
whatnot.
on a COVID mask, like
yeah.
It's like, well, why would that make it like it's just as gory whether it's anesthetized or not? Like that word always makes you sound like you're Mike Tyson whenever you're like anesthetized.
Anesthetized, yeah. Anyway,
emergency non-anesthetized medical procedures
There you
in
go.
non-sterile
There it
environments, killing, gun violence, knife violence.
Is she actually going to read off all of them?
yeah,
It's
because
for all of her
apparently,
deaf people, or for all of her blind viewers. I mean, sorry.
oh my god,
Abuse, racism, eugenics, and family separations.
No wonder this shit's 3 hours long.
yeah. Part 1, useless eaters, metaphorical zombies, and post-apocalyptic worlds. Okay, then.
Sounds like a Lord of the Rings music. Almost like
Wrong bodies. All right.
In games, zombies are often just empty bodies.
Hey,
for
it's
target
Resident Evil 2
practice.
remake.
Empty bodies for pleasurable, guilt-free killing.
Mm-hmm.
The apparent brainlessness
What's wrong with that?
of zombies is part of what makes them so easy to kill.
'Cause
They're just bare life, as Giorgio Agamben puts it. Zombies are like animals, not real, valuable.
Yeah, this This is sarcasm. Animal liberation forever. What the
Oh
fuck does animal
Jesus! How
liber?
many virtue signals have we gotten in 5 minutes? Holy shit!
Uh,
Like half the video is just like disclaimers for, I do support this other cause, by the way, just in case anybody was wondering, and like being afraid to say anything without having a disclaimer on it. And then, like, I know where she's going with this, by the way. She's going to do the orc thing where it's like, oh, you make an evil other enemy who it's okay to kill. You're clearly like doing racial things. It's like having, you're supposed to think of them as black people or something. Because
Yeah, they're the ones who are portraying the idea that orcs are akin to the African American community.
yeah.
No, they hate having any group that it's just okay to kill because they think that it is gonna like make people kill people in real life or something. It's like, well, I've only seen that really demonstrated with one group, and it was none of the ones that you're talking about. It's usually like, oh, look, these guys are Nazis. Now we're gonna call these other people Nazis.
Yeah. Also, she says this as she's talking about how zombies are brainless, and like, I guess that's supposed to link them to animals. It's like, lady, last time I checked, animals aren't brainless. Animals have some level of intelligence, however small it may be.
Some
Yeah.
animals are actually, their intelligence are on par with small children. Like, I hear crows are pretty smart.
Border collies.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know why the hell you felt this was a good point to use the animal liberation virtue signal, but whatever, I guess.
Life worthy of material rights and freedoms, but worthless disposable
Also,
bodies.
I just want to point out, why did she use a human fist? We just talked about animal liberation.
I don't.
Well, at least she got in
Evan?
that the fist is black.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it's like, hang on. So zombies aren't valuable life, worthy of material rights and freedoms. Well, what the fuck are they gonna do with them, huh?
They eat brains. We can't exactly just keep them around.
Yeah.
And we can't exactly convert them to veganism either.
Yeah.
Well, if their unlives are worth anything, it's what we can use them for. Maybe watchdogs, maybe scarecrows, maybe fun and games. To use an anthropocentric term, which is a fancy word, just
Hang on, anthropocentric. Considering humans and their existence as the most important and central fact in the universe, or a fancy word for being a huge jerk.
What?
What?
They really did their research on this.
So she's just okay with all the humans dying so that like Earth can have it in, sustaining the environment or something. Probably one of those people.
meaning the assumption that humans are better than other life forms and everything revolves
Yeah.
around humans. Then
Well, in this scenario, I'd say they're pretty justified because the human race is typically dying off in these settings. So I'd say they're perfectly justified for being anthropocentric in fucking zombie apocalypses. Yeah.
and the
I
zombie
would also say humans are like the best species on the planet. And what other species builds rocket ships and like aqueducts and just everything? Like, I would
We
say
also built the internet.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
like the best. I'm pretty comfortable saying that. I don't think anybody's really in competition with us on this planet. Maybe we'll run into
Yeah.
someone.
Yeah, like what the
We might
what
run into my ancestors.
The
Yeah.
lizard people.
Yeah.
especially in games, is the quintessential dehumanized enemy. Zombies are most threatening not as individuals, but as collectives. Players might
Right.
take some pleasure in stabbing one zombie in the head, but even more in committing mass violence against zombie hordes with tanks, planes, bombs.
It's not
you
committing
name it.
mass violence, it's defending yourself. You don't just go out like attacking random hordes. It's normally them coming at you, bro.
Literally.
Well, unless
yeah.
it's in Days Gone. Sometimes you do go find hordes in that, but that's to reduce the overall patrols in the region.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't think, feel, or speak, right? So what's the harm?
No, the
They
harm
eat
is that
you.
they'll fucking eat you.
What's the harm? Have you ever seen what happens when someone doesn't shoot at the zombies? They just stand there and go, "Give me a hug, zombie. I love you."
Yeah. It's like that stupid ass fucking zombie rights group from fucking Dead Rising
Oh, yeah.
2. Yeah, it's like zombies are still living people. We should be friends with them, or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, they make fun of those. Oh, how far we've come. At least in Dead Rising 2, they were making fun of them.
Yeah. Jacob says, "What are we doing?" Jacob, did you know that the fucking Walking Dead is political? We're gonna find out how on this very special episode of the Backseat Boys. But anyway.
If you've watched our video on ye old military shoot,
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
God.
The war economy, neocolonialism, racism,
Oh,
anti-war?
let me guess what this person's favorite game in the war genre is undoubtedly Spec Ops: The Line, because
Probably.
it says like, oh, you're gonna call white phosphorus down. Oh my gosh, you killed a bunch of civilians. See, war is bad, actually.
Well, to be fair, the game didn't give me a fucking choice, so yeah.
Yeah, and I played Spec Ops Stealth Patrol back on the PS1, and I hated that it, now people only ever talk about like the 4th or 5th game or whatever it is in the series.
It's a woman, Jacob, and this person is talking about like fucking like zombies are completely innocent beings and we shouldn't shoot them. We should just let them eat us, basically, is where we're at now.
My favorite zombie is Jason Voorhees Post Part 2.
Yeah. Anyway.
titled The War Economy as a nod to Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear Solid, of course. What I'm saying...
What do you think of that, John? This lady's
like, he says stuff from a soldier's perspective a lot of times, like the whole Outer Haven / Outer Heaven thing. And he says like war is hell, but he also doesn't say just roll over and let everybody kill you. Like,
yeah,
he talks about war being used for like profit is bad. I'm sure he wouldn't disagree with like fighting back in World War II and shit. Like,
yeah,
he's more against the military industrial complex, like a Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Yeah. Jacob says her boyfriend or husband definitely has the auto cum. That is correct, Jacob. Yeah.
Might sound familiar. And yeah, the majority of zombie games are pretty much interchangeable with military shooters.
I don't know. Yeah, totally. Because I totally remember in Dead, like fucking booting up Dead Rising, not being able to wait to like fucking hop into multiplayer and shoot all the other enemy soldiers. Yeah,
calling in your airstrikes. You're like, oh, come on in, you jets, and blow these zombies up.
Yeah, totally.
Have a lot of the same underlying logics. For example, DayZ, the Battle Royale-style online survival horror game, began its unlife as a mod for the military shooter Arma 2.
Oh, apparently,
does that matter?
Apparently we're keeping track of how many times this fucking lady says unlife. Also, yeah, Jacob, this bitch is definitely a Last of Us Season 2 fan. And yeah, let the zombies kill us all. Yay!
Mod for the military shooter Arma 2. Of course, there's Call of Duty Zombie Mode, also designed for online cooperative play. And before you fire off that keyboard and drop anything in that comment box, yes, I know that the Nazi zombies thing is a whole other conversation, but I'm putting a pin in it for today.
Kind of.
World War Z,
it is just a zombie mode.
Yeah.
Another zombie game designed for cooperative and or online play, built off one of the most profoundly racist novels I've ever read in my life. Like, this is literally American imperialism alternate universe.
Wait, what was that? What game is that?
Let me see. I don't know this game.
Rewind a little more. She says like this game based off one of the most racist things ever.
Oh, World War Z Aftermath.
Oh.
So I've never read World War Z, the novel, so I can't confirm what she's saying is bullshit or not, but I'm willing
I know the guy that wrote World War Z is actually one of the go-to guys that documentaries and films, or just films in general, gets when they're dealing with zombies. Like, if you want to know zombies or the science behind them, that guy's the one to go to.
Well, that's a mistake, because he's racist.
Max Brooks, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Max Brooks, that's his name.
Yet another zombie game designed for cooperative and or online play.
Evan, have you read World War Z, the book?
I've read like a good portion of it. I've seen portions of it, but I haven't sat down and read the whole thing. But I do know a good portion of how the story goes.
Well, how the hell is it literally one of the most profoundly racist novels this person has ever read in her life, and literally American imperialism alternate universe?
So I think
Let me think. It has stuff to do with the military and warfare and contagious diseases coming from other countries, which is not a racist concept because it actually happened.
COVID was racist. You can't say China virus. That's racist.
Fine. What do you want me to say? You want me to say Kung Flu then?
Wuhan flu.
The Fluhan, yeah.
It's
Uh,
what I know of World War Z, and I'll be honest, I wiki warriored it after the movie came out to see the differences.
There's a fuck
And
ton, I know that.
yeah, it's very different from the movie. And from what I remember, I think probably what she's alluding to is like India, I remember, gets like swallowed up real quick. So it's like, oh, brown person nation falls quickly. That's bad. It should
I
be
also
all white.
remember at the end of the original book, the entire population of North Korea disappears.
Nah.
Meh.
But they were all starving anyway. That was actually had nothing to do with the zombies. It's just Kim Jong Un. One of his nukes went off. It's like in other news. But no, like I think it's just that like I think like the Israelis did kind of well, and then like a lot of the like formerly colonized nations like fall super fast because they're not as organized or as military or like have more concentration of people in cities probably, and this person probably takes that as like, oh, it's racism, why can't they handle the zombies as good as the US does?
It literally depends on how well the country is doing at the time and how well prepared they are for something like this, if it were to happen.
And part of it's, well, I mean, part of it is just that we have a shit ton of guns, both in official government business and just in the civilian population. So that would probably help. The zombies can't use guns and we can. But also like the ruralness, population density. Basically, like I think Russia would probably do pretty well too because they've got massive amounts of land and like mountains and shit, and they can just like migrate a little bit outside their cities.
Yeah. Jacob says, watch the original The Day the Earth Stood Still, and I kept thinking that the left would think it about immigrants. Yeah, pretty much.
Racist novels I've ever read in my life. Like, this is literally American imperialism alternate universe fanfiction, configuring the zombie apocalypse as a war against zombies, led by our old settler colonial imperialist heroes, Israel and the United States. Crucially, what we're concerned about is how these gameplay similarities, what you do in these games and why you're doing it, means
Well, if you're going to get on colonialism, if Britain falls in the novel, that's pretty much like the biggest colonial nation. Like,
yeah.
They had the sun never set on their frickin' empire. They were so everywhere with their colonialism. Like America did a little bit, but we were kind of late to the party.
Yeah.
A lot of these games construct zombies as guilt-free enemies for pleasurable mass killing in super similar ways to military shooters, which construct racialized people as, well...
Oh my god! What about when there's a bunch of Russians to kill? Are you okay with that? Because they're white? Like, that's okay? Because Call of Duty does that a lot. Like, they had the Russians invade, and then they had, like, Cold War games. They have, what about all the World War II shooters? Are those okay? Because it's Nazis getting killed?
Yeah, but not the levels where you play in Japan.
Yeah,
those levels are bad.
I remember that playing Medal of Honor Rising Sun. They're saying, like, Jap this and Jap that. I'm just like, oh, you could tell this game wasn't made in current year. They'd be like, oh, this was problematic. We need to cut this out. Even though that's clearly how World War II soldiers talked.
Yeah. Anyway.
Guilt-free enemies for pleasurable mass killing. Notice how you almost never...
I think the reason one would kill a zombie is a bit different than one would kill soldiers of an enemy nation, though.
Well, hey, as far as the racial thing goes, sometimes these body cam footage, it does look like a zombie coming at the dude.
Yeah.
Whenever they got...
Yeah.
Those are normally fentanyl zombies, though, so that's the equal across all races, so...
Yeah.
Play as a zombie. We've got shitloads of games where we play as vampires and werewolves, but not zombies.
Yeah, because there's not much you can... Yeah, because there's not much you can do when you are a zombie. Like if you're a werewolf, it's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking rip and tear. I'm gonna slice and dice and shit. And maybe if I'll even give myself a strength boost or whatever the hell. Fucking vampires, it's like you got all these transformations. You probably have some magic. You could probably heal yourself by drinking your enemies. But like zombies, they got fucking nothing, bro.
Yeah,
They
they
just have
are a downgrade on normal humans. They're slower, they're deteriorating. They pretty much their only advantage is I guess they don't have to like eat as much, but even then they still have to eat like flesh. So
yeah.
yeah, the other ones are upgrades. You get extra abilities and you can turn back well, you don't turn back to human as a vampire, but you can essentially just act like a human at night. Um so yeah.
On the rare occasion you can play a zombie, it's usually functionally a cosmetic skin, like in Red Dead Redemption.
So what? Do you want fucking John Marston to like fucking walk around all slow, not ride his horse, not use his guns or power or his Deadeye powers? Like you
Hmm.
just want him to just like shamble around like these guys?
Is she gonna bring up what is it? Not Dead by Daylight, Dying Light, because I know there's a mode in that where you play as like one of the super zombies, and you can like leap around roofs and stuff.
I mean, but they're the but I know Left 4 Dead also has a ton of zombies like that, but like they're the exceptions, not the rule for zombies.
Well,
You
I
know?
was just
But
thinking
like
of ones that you can play as.
Yeah,
That was just one
I
of the
don't know.
other ones that I thought of.
Nightmare or in Mortal Kombat. Or it's a shorthand for switching up the co-op team you're on, like in Left 4 Dead. Little is done to explore the zombies' embodied experience in the game world. Zombie John
They
Marston,
want to
for
eat
example,
brains. They don't have any other
Like,
embodied experience.
yeah, what part about the fucking zombie life are we missing? Like how zombies pay their fucking taxes? They don't have taxes.
They go home, put their suitcase down. They have little zombie kids, like kiss, honey.
Yeah.
What for dinner? Brains. Ah.
Oh my god.
has his voice lines replaced with zombie grunts to a slightly comic effect.
Family wanted you to have this.
But he simply isn't like other zombies, who will attack him like he's a human being, and whom he will continue to gun down without feeling a thing. And that's sort of a shame, because Red Dead Redemption Zombie DLC Undead Nightmare actually does some pretty interesting, if ultimately contradictory and unsatisfactory stuff with what zombies represent. Some characters explicitly blame the zombie plague on racialized groups, Mexicans, immigrants, Jewish people, but those who
Yeah?
sympathize with zombies are also ridiculed or belittled.
Okay, well, in case of Seth, he's a fucking moron that you're not supposed to take seriously.
He's
And
a
I don't rem-
psycho. He's digging
Yeah.
up graves.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember this guy from RDR, but oh, they blame it on fucking racialized groups. Like, lady, there was a lot of fucking racism running around the Wild West. I don't know what to tell you. So, like, this is like a pretty natural thing for someone in that time period dealing with the zombie apocalypse to do. So, I don't know what to tell you, lady.
And there's always
Either
going to be
people-
someone who tries to pull that shit. Like, look at all the, like, everything that happens. It's Jewish space lasers or Jews invented dinosaurs or something.
Yeah,
Even today.
yeah.
Will shoot zombies, exploitatively treat them like entertainment, or genuinely care for them. John Marston, of course, is the rational centrist, who recognizes the need to kill zombies without being subject to the foolish racial hysteria of others. Undead Night.
Well, John just knows to fucking kill them to defend yourself. It's like, I don't know why the hell you think race is such a big part of Undead Nightmare's plot, so...
Nightmare's grand twist is that the American president caused the zombie plague by stealing an indigenous artifact for the sake of greed and power.
Okay, no, it wasn't the president in this game. It was some other character who I think didn't have government connections, but no, this is incorrect. It's not the fucking president in this DLC who did it. That is incorrect.
So John must return the artifact to restore the natural order. Nevertheless, a double standard persists. John will not kill his own zombified wife and child, and his mission is to find a cure for them, but he's totally happy to wipe out all other populations of undead. At the end of the DLC, when his
So because John didn't go around fucking sparing every fucking zombie, he's a fucking hypocrite or some shit like that. I don't fucking know.
And he's able to lock up his wife and kid. That's why he can like kind of afford to spare them. It's the other ones are just roaming around attacking him. So
Yeah.
if their loved ones cared about them, I'm sure they would lock them up too and try to save them.
Yeah. Hail, Lore Master Chris. Lore Master Chris, this is Game Assist, who are the biggest bunch of chuckle fucks I've seen since Ant and his dick lickers. Oh my god.
You can't prove that I lick any dicks, Backseat. You can't prove that.
I mean, Ant, you're gay. We all know. But anyways, Lore Master Chris, like, so far what you've missed is that zombies are, like, akin to, like, minorities, and we're killing them all when we kill zombies, basically. That's what you missed.
We need to see things from their perspective, and all war games are racist, and all zombie games are also probably racist, except sometimes.
Yeah.
wife and child revert to humans, we wonder why we couldn't have at least tried a non-violent approach to some other zombies all along.
Oh, you can. It's in the game. You can just not shoot them, see what happens.
Yeah.
In the end, the point is not to ask questions, but to run around having fun shooting zombies like a
Yeah,
badass
because it's a
lonesome
fun
cowboy, while feeling
DLC.
self-assured that you're smarter than everyone else and are definitely not racist.
I don't really care
When
if I'm smarter or racist compared to other people. It's more about the fun of killing zombies.
Yeah, Jacob put it best. Zombies don't care about your feelings. All they want is to eat you. Pretty much, Jacob. Jacob's right on the money when he says that.
comes to the interchangeability of military shooters and zombie games, a quick look at the World War Z video game Aftermath reveals their racial logics. The premise of the novel, which the game is based on, is that a zombie outbreak quickly turns into a global war on zombies, so of course, zombies are immediately constructed as an enemy to eradicate completely, rather than, I don't know, infected people to care for.
Well, I think if they're trying to eat our fucking brains, and I think they're past the point of like we can cure them or reason with them or whatever the hell.
Also,
Like,
I'm sure that they would love to just find a cure and heal all of them and not have to kill all the populations of their own countries, but it's not really an option when there's especially in fucking World War Z. Those are fast zombies. Like 28 days later, you can't like go, hold on, guys, we'll get a big net. Oh, and then we'll shoot syringes at them like X-Men 3. It's like they can like these countries are scrambling to even survive. They can't worry about that.
Yeah. Jacob says, please don't go full Jesse the racist. Oh, I have a very big feeling.
I think
I have a
Jesse is
very-
more of an anti-mother person than like even have to do with race. It's Jesse's just like motherhood is so horrible. Look at this baby, it offends me.
Yeah, Lore Master Chris. So it's Anita Sarkeesian all over again. This video is gonna be a rambling mess. This bitch and her four fellow bitches are Anita Sarkeesian on crack. That is what we're dealing with.
So Anita
yeah.
Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
The novel even emphasizes that those who don't agree with this view of zombies are stupid, even mad, to the point
Yes.
of acting like zombies themselves, which
Very.
dooms them to the zombified populations to be shot at and eradicated by military personnel. World War Z, unsurprisingly, has some of the most overt Zionist propaganda I've ever read.
What? Evan, is this true? What the fuck?
Well, I know Israel kind of emerges from the World War Z scenario pretty much almost unscathed, but what's wrong with that?
I don't.
I mean, I'm fairly certain that if America was in Israel's position in the novel, she would be just as mad, if not even bigger mad.
Mad, yeah. Jacob says Jesse called brown people Nazis. That is correct, Jacob. Anyway.
As does the game. In Aftermath's Jerusalem levels, you can play as a former member of the British Special Air Service, or SAS, recruited by Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, a girl-boss Israeli occupation forces soldier with a marked American accent and, no doubt, thriving TikTok presence, another IOF soldier who can't pronounce hummus but claims it as Israeli food, and an American photojournalist. Aligned with the Western Imperial Corps and its military and intelligence institutions, you run around the virtual space of Jerusalem, shooting comically fast herds of zombies whose individual bodies form singular pulsating masses, sort of like a Resident Evil boss, if it metaphorically represented oppressed people and you were actually the baddie.
No! No, they fucking don't! Yeah, as Lore Master Chris said, how dare these characters not want to die? Yeah, exactly. They're just trying not to die. They're just trying to end the zombie menace. Jacob says all these libs hate military, but only need them to their benefit. Yeah, pretty much, Jacob. It's like,
I was going to ask hypothetically, if we were living in World War Z right now, would this lady still have any of these points he's trying to give, or would she want to survive as well?
Oh, hell yeah, she'd want to survive as well. She would not, I'm willing to bet good money, she would not fucking, like, stick to her morals here and would gladly, like, fucking take up an arm like this lady has and start mowing them down for the sake of, stopping the zombies. I guarantee it. This is...
Although I will admit, it would be pretty hilarious to see her willingly chop off one of her limbs and gives it to a zombie as food, as a means to reason with them.
This is fucking deranged, man.
The institutions, structures, and architecture of Israeli settler colonialism, occupation, and apartheid, so the IOF, Mossad, the apartheid wall, and the checkpoint system, are all legitimized by the presence of the zombie horde.
No, it's just a part of the fucking setting. They chose to have the game set in Israel, so it's natural these things would be there. This is like saying, like, hey, like, this game takes place in the US, and it's like, you got shit like the fucking members of the army, members of the fucking, like, Marines or whatever, the fucking Statue of Liberty and all that shit. So clearly, like, this game is like glorifying American colonialism or whatever the fuck. Like, no, it's just a part of the fucking setting is all.
I wonder how she'd react if the game took place in Washington, D.C., and would she complain about seeing the Lincoln Memorial or the Washington Monument or the fucking White House?
Yeah.
And say, oh my god, this is a sign of fucking American imperialism and tyranny and just straight up American fascism. Good lord.
Yeah, Lore Master Chris says, it's really simple, honey. Zombies are meant to be the physical representation of death. Fighting zombies represents the desire to keep living. Exactly. And he also says, this is the type of person who thinks the goblins in Harry Potter are an allegory for Jews. Yeah,
I will bet money she actually believes that.
Oh, you better believe she does, Evan.
These structures, which in real life and in the continuity of the World War Z universe are built, we are told, in response to the perceived racial threat of Palestinians, really for the purpose of eradicating indigenous people and conquering their land, are justified.
Okay, okay, well, listen, I don't care what the real world context is for that fucking wall being there. All I care about is let's kill the fucking zombies, okay? This is irrelevant. It's like that fucking wall is just set dressing for the goddamn environment for the sake of immersion. So, like, are you gonna say that shit about, like, this truck right here, this door, this fucking like waist high barriers? No, oh my, it's like you cannot be this retarded when you play your video games. I mean, come the hell on, man.
Because, like, what better way to fight off a zombie apocalypse than with walls, checkpoints, and the largest, most well-funded military in the world?
Yeah, that shit certainly does help when you're fighting, like, an overwhelming ass horde that, you can't fight with, like, conventional weapons like little dinky handguns. And Lore Master Chris says, and orcs are black people too. Quite a mask off moment for anyone who says that. Yeah, pretty much. Like, fucking, I guess zombies are Palestinians now. I don't know, man. Where the hell is John? John! There's a lot of stupid going on.
The threat of Palestinians and the threat of zombies.
I can't hold down the fort forever, John.
Come on, John. Like literally, the zombies are at the gates. Anyway, hang on. Wall protects you and your family from No, it's just zombies in this fucking context. It's literally just zombies in this game. Oh,
I wonder how she'd react to something like Attack on Titan.
I don't. Oh my god.
And seeing
Yeah.
how she
Even
reacted to
John.
walls.
Yeah. What is that, Evan?
I'm pretty sure she doesn't like walls in general.
Well, the last thing I heard from her, sorry, I got a call there, but she was talking about how pro-Zionist all this zombie stuff was.
Yeah, now we have full confirmation. According to this, when she plays this World War Z game, she legit thinks all zombies are Palestinians.
And
Because Israel has a wall that's supposed to keep out the Palestinians.
Oh boy, she's really not going to like Egypt then. They have like 7 walls between them and Palestine because they're on Palestine's southern border. So I guess those Muslims are all evil too, right?
Oh my god.
Did you guys ever see that clip of all those Americans flying to Egypt to march to Palestine, and the Egyptian police is like, you can't come through here. And Americans are like, well, we can do it in America. Why can't we do it here? And the Egyptians were like, what are you doing here?
Well, yeah, because they think all the like Muslims are all like in cahoots with each other. Meanwhile, the Egyptians hate the Palestinians and don't want them in their country. So they have all this border shit set up. So they were trying to go to Egypt, figuring, oh, they'll be nice and let us give food to them. It's like, no, they don't let you through there. And then like the guy's pleading to the person who's detaining him, and he's just like, please, don't you care for your Muslim brothers? It's like a British guy, and he's like, or he's from Wales. Or
he was literally on his knees saying, please let us march to Palestine. Yes. And one cop was just like, no.
Well, the best line from it though that I love that he builds up to, he's like, the women, they can't give milk to their babies because their breasts are empty. Do you know what that smells like? And I'm like, what? It doesn't smell like anything. What are you talking about? It's like he's incoherent. He's so virtue signaling. He's cooked his own brain.
Yeah.
It's probably the sun. He's been standing out in the hot sun for so long, it literally cooked him.
Yeah.
It's like Jimmy Witchard from King of the Hill.
Lore Master Chris says, turns out Macbeth is an allegory for Trump. Shakespeare is able to see into the future. Yeah.
The original Star Wars is an allegory for Trump. Lucas knew in the 70s.
Oh my god. We gotta get Lore Master Chris on here. There you go. Look, Chris, there's the link.
What is he?
And Israel's need to defend itself from such racial threats, which will invade and destroy the state and spread contagion.
Side note, there's like over 1 million Muslim people that live in Israel, like not Gaza, like literally Israel. So despite all claims that they're an ethno state, they're actually the only people that aren't mandatorily drafted into the Israeli army, so they actually enjoy some privileges over regular Israeli citizens. And they very much find it's not a racial thing, like as defined. There's literally more Muslim people in Israel than there are in Gaza. So
right.
And just as a side note, a lot of the celebrities, I'm pretty sure this lady would idolize, people like Mark Hamill or Neil Druckmann, they are full-throated supporters of Israel. So what do you have to say to that?
Uh-oh. Yeah, that was the funniest thing whenever that conflict really broke out, like a couple years ago, and the celebrities all had to like kind of give vague statements because they weren't sure which way they were supposed to virtue signal yet. They're like, oh, well, it's very complicated. Maybe I should say this. I don't know. I don't really have any beliefs of my own. I just kind of say what I'm supposed to on social media. Can I say Black Lives Matter? Does that work this time? No? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I will say, I noticed a lot of the older celebrities who are, pretty old school, they all support Israel, whereas all the younger ones and, pretty diverse ones, they're full-throated supporters of Palestine, even though I highly doubt they're able to point to Palestine on a map.
Well, yeah. I prefer to take the advice of one particular actor, and that's Anthony Hopkins, who said, why are you asking actors about things? What all stupid or something?
Yeah.
On that note, I have to dip out for now. Got to charge my phone real quick, but I'll probably be back with you guys within an hour or so.
All
Evan's
right,
gone
Evan.
bam.
We'll probably be here in an hour at this rate. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you guys have a lot to go through, but hey, make sure to include me in on the best bits.
Yep. All right, Evan. See ya. And then there were two.
Is reaffirmed. Thank God for girl boss Kamala Harris and her checks to Israel.
When was this video released?
John, you see what the thank God for girl boss Kamala Harris and her checks to Israel. Obviously, the administration changed while I was working on this video, and now it's the orange man that signs the checks. She was legit hoping Kamala would win.
Well, she also was basically saying like, "Oh, they're both the same because they're both signing those checks." It's like, oh, it's just whoever's signing them. That's the only thing that's yeah. She's in like the "we're all controlled by Israel" crowd, I think. It's the
How
uniparty, but for different reasons than what Republicans think.
else
Yeah.
will we survive if we don't eradicate those scary, repulsive Palestinians? I mean,
Nobody
zombie
wants to eradicate them. I hate this argument. Like, show me one politician who's like, we have to eradicate the Palestinians.
Also, hail, Lore Master Chris.
I just want to point out that this is supposedly a 3-hour analysis on Telltale's The Walking Dead, and we're now at the 12-minute mark, and this person hasn't even started talking about it.
No.
Hey, Jesse Jenner made a 4-hour Andor review where he spent about an hour talking about how it was fascist to have babies. So you never know how off topic these people will get.
Oh, fuck.
Probably because Jesse himself will never have babies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we were saying during that. We're like, oh wow, he's really pissed off about this, that his fucking gaping wound can't have a baby.
Yeah.
Boards. World War Z is just one example, but the zombie mass always seems to resemble, in some way, the disabled, racialized working class. The zombie's body is
How
Is it because like zombies walk with a gimp or something because their muscles are deteriorating? Like you think that's like a statement against disabled people?
I don't fucking know, bro.
wrong in all the right ways. More specifically, we should think of the zombie not necessarily as representing these groups as they actually are, but as they are perceived under global racial capitalism.
There's a lot of white zombies, by the way. Like there's a shit ton of white zombies. There was like one game that had majority black zombies and everybody gave it a bunch of shit. It was called Resident Evil 5.
Yeah.
But the thing is, John, that game takes place in Africa, which has, quote, really a lot of black people. So if there was a zombie apocalypse that happened in that area, guess what all the zombies are going to be?
It's all right. In the remake, they'll make them all look like Elon Musk, and they'll say, see, they're still African Americans. Kill the evil one. Oh. It'll fucking virtue signal it.
To start with the racialization of the zombie, as I touched on in World War Z, zombies are undifferentiated. They have no individuality. They are pests and parasites who leech off our resources, who threaten to invade our shores and infect our way of life. They come in swarms.
They literally have an infection.
Literally have an infection, yeah.
Provided, of like other major properties that have like, mass infections. Like I'm thinking of like the genophage is a little different because that's species wide. It's just like a birth rate thing, but
although provided also like only if like we're dealing with like a real world or science heavy like world. Like zombies can still be raised with like magic and necromancy and shit, but
wasn't there like a blight or something in Dragon Age, or like where people get gray shit on their skin or something? Or
no, the blight, John, is no. Well, Dragon Age does have undead, but the Darkspawn in Dragon Age aren't really undead. The Darkspawn are kind of their own thing. But yeah, the blight is like Darkspawn blood and like their weapons and all that crap. It's poisonous and it will kill humans. It won't turn you into a Darkspawn or anything like that. Like you'll just die. Anyway.
Also, I just want to point out that zombies have literally been a thing in literature and storytelling since like ancient times. Both the Greeks and the Scandinavians have myths about zombies.
Yes, well before Israel or colonialism.
Yeah, in Norse mythology, they're called Draugr. You fight a lot of them in Skyrim.
Yeah.
And in God of War.
Yeah, in God of War, they're called Vrikolakas. Anyway, moving on.
They're evil and threaten our freedom, and any sort of negotiation is impossible because of their fundamental barbarism. This
Because
is
their
all
brains are literally dead. Like,
Yeah.
yes, negotiation is not possible.
Like, lady, I know where you're going with this. You're basically saying that, like, hey, these are all fucking traits that, like, those evil right-wingers fucking attribute to, like fucking minorities or whatever to
Mhm.
justify killing them. It's like, I mean, but in the zombies case, they literally are that. This
Yeah.
isn't a case where like you're shown otherwise and oh they're actually like super chill dudes and like you've been working with the bad guys the whole time. No, these things are legitimately like that and it's shown that way when you're like up and close with them. So so I don't know. So can you really say that this game is evil for telling you? Can you really say? Can you really blame the game, or say? Can you really say the game is unjustified in saying that all zombies act this way when they literally all act this way?
Yeah, it's literally an infection. The whole argument against racism is that like everybody is the same as far as like on average or whatever on like how their brains are and how their insides are and shit. It's just like a immutable aesthetic difference. It's not so true with zombies. They like actually don't have functioning brains. They don't eat the same as us. They are an infected it's like treating a cancer patient like saying like, oh, you don't get hospital treatment because we have to treat you the same as this healthy person. It's like, no, they have an infection, you have to treat them differently as a result. Or like a schizophrenic person or another group that's similarly violent where they have a clear mental disorder.
Yeah. Or my group, the Spurg Lords. Yeah.
Well, you see, the incels who just live in their mama's basement, they never go outside and get sunlight, so there must be allegories for vampires.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
vampires are known for being able to seduce all the chicks and like living forever. I'll gladly take that stereotype.
Hell yeah, brother! Plot twist. I was a vampire the whole time. Anyway.
rhetoric which invokes racial tropes about migrants, as John Stratton writes in Trouble with Zombies, and tropes about Muslims, as Eric Hamako writes in Zombie Orientals Ate My Brain. John Stratton writes specifically about zombies as bare life, meaning life.
So you mean you're not the only guy or girl who's fucking done this dumb shit, who's thought about this crap? Like, did this extend your off time? Like, Christ, get
They're all gonna
life.
they all act like they're the first ones to have this revelation, and then they cite each other later on. It's like, by the way, I just stole this idea from somebody else. I thought everybody should know.
Which exists outside of the safety, privilege, and comfort of recognition by the state. So, undocumented, propertyless, houseless individuals.
You want the zombies to vote or some shit? What are you asking for here?
I don't fucking know, man.
All those books that she just listed, imagine going through life reading those, but not things like Atlas Shrugged or The Art of War, books that actually are worth reading and say a lot about life as opposed to just worthless virtue signaling.
Hey, she reads fantasy stuff too, I'm sure, like Tales of Earthsea. Ant was probably like, you gotta read these too. Come on.
And those Twilight books, they're so timeless. They'll be enjoyed forever.
50 Shades of Grey.
Hey, don't throw too much shade at 50 Shades of Grey. That book technically sold more copies than A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah. Great.
Oops.
Porn tends to sell a lot, yes.
Socially dead in the sense that no record of them exists, and this hinders their ability to access employment, housing, and.
What do you want? The zombies have jobs or something?
They're stealing our jobs.
I made the joke before about like the zombie coming home to his zombie family and like having dinner and shit, but that's like actually what she's advocating for here. This is pretty funny.
It's like the orc family from Rings of Power.
Yeah.
Sir, we don't want to go to war. I want to be an accountant.
Hey, ladies, I'm sure with all the female orcs in Rings of Power, you too can see yourself in the personification of evil.
Yeah, they just need to. Well, a lot of them do have nose rings, so all they need now is some purple hair, and we'll be good.
Hell yeah, brother. Anyway,
their basic necessities. Zombies, of course, are neither alive or dead, just like the socially dead are.
No, they're undead. That's the thing. They died and then they came back to life all wrong. So
those people who are reduced to bare life. This rhetoric of zombification, of course, has a class dimension too. The poor are parasites, benefit scroungers that leech off hardworking people. Oh, and triple
literally
whammy.
nobody's saying this.
Yeah, who has played a zombie game and been like, poor people in blacks, I see. Like, and literally nobody thinks that as they're killing zombies.
God,
Or just like, now I'm suddenly racist and hate poor people now that I've played Days Gone. Fuck.
Jesus H. Lucas, man.
That applies to disabled people too, if they can't work.
No, it doesn't. How?
Speaking of disability, Barbara Ann Jackson writes in Zombification of Disability that the zombie's body can be read as disabled in various ways. It reflects a fear of infection or the spreading of disability. Their so-called disfigurement resembles people with facial differences. The zombie
literally, lady, you are the only person who read that book. You are the only person. Nobody reads that book.
That's like a high school girls basketball game. Only the parents and friends even go to it, or like people who are directly involved in its creation.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, those are the only people that bought that book. Sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Anyway.
But not always, has a slow, stuttering walk and a lack of coordination, like those with cerebral palsy, dyspraxia, or other disabilities.
Or, maybe it's because their fucking brain just genuinely does not work. How does
she explain like all the, the fast zombies, the big fat like special ones in Left 4 Dead or some shit, like all the ones that have like superpowers and shit? Like, where's the explanation for those?
I don't fucking know,
this is just nothing but a worthless stretch, because it's so simple. I guarantee every single writer who writes a zombie story, or at least the same ones, when they write a zombie story, the whole idea is that zombies are meant to represent death. And when you see someone who's a living dead, they're reduced to their like primal instincts. Everything that made them human is now gone. There's nothing, and that's a universal thing. Anyone can turn into a zombie. This has nothing to do with classes or disabilities. Oh, this is so stupid.
A lot of zombie movies will like escalate or take place in graveyards where like the people are already dead and buried before the whole infection starts. So it's like literally just taking a non-entity and making them into an evil. Because they're already like in the grave. So it's not about like turning all the black people into zombies.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Or in The Last of Us, the whole idea is the like cordyceps are like a naturally occurring virus that has now like learned to like attach itself onto human hosts, when originally it would only do it on ants. So if you're going to like yeah, not that ant. I'm talking about ants.
I wish it would work on that ant.
And, well, like if you're going to draw like some sort of stretched meaning out of that, I guess you could say that is meant to represent nature taking the earth back from humanity. But that's like something a lot of writers have been doing for years. This isn't like this condescending modern day thing that will instantly get dated.
Well, it's funny because a lot of the modern day liberals will be like, overpopulation is a racist concept too. So if you ever took zombie shit as that, you're probably racist as well, because it wipes out a good portion of the human race and all that. It's like the planet's immunoresponse and everything, kind of like what you were saying there, where it's like the planet fighting back against humanity or whatever.
Well, if you can spin any sort of narrative and anything can become racist.
Oh yeah, this is what I always say with like the anime people whenever they're like, oh, this is all left wing, and I'm like, well, here's how I'm going to spin it as right wing if you want to play that game. Point is, it wasn't meant like that. It never was, and anybody can confirm their biases by interpreting something badly.
Yeah, in Star Wars, the rebels are able to defeat the Empire because they have guns. So that means Star Wars is pro Second Amendment. There, I win.
Anyway.
Their dissociative state invokes complex trauma and mental distress, dissociation as a response to trauma or as a result of being drugged out on psychiatric medication.
Your brain
or
dying
other-
will cause mental distress. That's true. It's very
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out for us. Whatever the fuck I don't even know your name, and I don't
difference is
care.
you can't
Yes.
take bipolar medication and just stop being a zombie. Like,
Yeah.
and bipolar people aren't running around trying to eat people.
As someone who one time did live in California and spent some time in Los Angeles, I can definitely tell you that people who are hooked on fentanyl, they look just like zombies.
Well, you heard about that bath salt thing years ago where people were eating other people's faces and stuff. And everybody was like,
Yeah.
it's the zombie apocalypse.
Oh, it's DJ. The best zombie films and shows have always been political. The OG Dead trilogy is a great example of it. But then again, I don't think you guys ever appreciate art.
Oh, he's the one that's going to say, it was so meaningful to have a black protagonist in the Night of the Night of the Living Dead.
DJ, you want to know what I cared about more when I saw those movies? Fucking zombies getting mowed down in action scenes. That's what I cared more about. Sorry, I'm not a fucking loser who obsesses over politics and how they're utilized in media like you. Anyway.
Well, or just makes up a bunch of shit about how they're used.
Yeah, because we know you do that a lot, DJ.
Get out of here, you Discord mod.
You damn fucking furry.
They smell bad, like those houseless.
Yeah, all corpses smell bad. To be crystal clear, no moral or value judgment about smelling bad.
Nice save there, honey.
Nice. Now I can be as fucking odorous as I want now.
Of struggling with hygiene. They are nonverbal, noise sensitive, and single-mindedly focused on their goal, like some autistic people.
What?
So being like basically any animal now you're saying is an allegory for an autistic person, because a lot of them are very like my dog always wants food. If there's food, he's going to want it. He doesn't care about anything else. My dog clearly represents autistic people. My God.
I've always been like a little wild as a kid, if you know what I'm saying. DJ says, if you were in the actual zombie apocalypse, you'd definitely be one of the first to get
DJ,
killed.
you would try to fuck a zombie and it would eat your dick and kill you. So I wouldn't talk too much, buddy.
Yeah.
Me and all my family members own guns. Do you?
Yeah, DJ, how many guns do you own? I don't even need guns. I'm just going to be out there fucking killing zombies with my bare fists.
Wow, backseater with a bold strategy. Let's see if it works out for him.
Yeah, because I am the master of war, bitches.
Also,
Anyway.
as someone who has been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome since I was 3, I have never once in my life said, you know, those zombies, I kind of relate to them. I can see where they're coming from.
I mean, maybe if you're like Stubbs from the video game Rebel Without a Pulse, I guess. But anyway. Why? Are you thinking of having sex with zombies? No,
I called him out for it before he could make the joke. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you're the ones thinking about it first, DJ. But now I'm gonna be fucking punching them to fucking death, fucking suplexing, leg dropping, give them my 5 moves of doom. But anyway.
Their noise sensitivity seems to be linked to limited vision. They are alive but dead in the way that people are described when brain activity has stopped. They're asexual, which isn't necessarily true of all disabled people, but is certainly a trope about disabled people.
What?
Why are you thinking about
disabled people are asexual? Since when?
It's so funny. He just made that joke, and now the person in the video, who I'm sure he thinks is some great bastion of knowledge, is literally talking about how much the zombies want to fuck or not.
Or not fuck. Yeah, so
there's sexuality in general.
So DJ, if anything, is going to be raping the zombies. So yeah.
Why is this lady thinking about the sexual preferences of zombies?
I don't fucking
every aspect
know, man.
Of what a zombie is into something political. It's all allegory.
DJ, it would be so satisfying seeing you piss your pants and cry like a little bitch that you are. Deny it all you want, but you are so small. Good thing I've never cried before then, DJ.
This is a projector, GJ.
Yeah, DJ's projecting really hard. DJ, I was literally born perfectly potty trained. You don't know who you're fucking with when you say that shit too.
I don't know if that's a flex, but all right.
I mean, it is a flex. So I was literally born with the knowledge on how to control my bladder and piss in the toilet. But anyway,
it'd be a little bit more if we were both still like one, and you were the only one that was potty trained. But now it's all kind of evened out.
Well, God, how many people are born potty trained? Exactly. Anyway,
when this guy starts fucking the zombies, he can have a ZTD.
Oh
yeah.
God. He'll finally discover whether zombieism can spread through sexually transmitted means. Because nobody else has ever tried it, but this furry fuck one can try.
Just afraid of being hurt by zombies, but afraid of becoming zombies, which can be read as a fear of social death. Being afraid of the precarity of capitalism, of houselessness, or deportation, or having one's citizenship revoked.
What about the dangers of communism?
Really. It's not being part of the community, the hordes, the mindless masses.
Hey, John,
God, every fucking sentence this bitch says just opens up a whole new can of stupid.
Hey,
DJ
John.
says you may be laughing, but in reality you're just sad.
DJ, it's UR. It's YOU''RE if you want to say that.
Yeah, learn fucking grammar, DJ.
He'll be like grammar Nazi, just like you're a Nazi and other things. Gah.
Yeah, I am a grammar Nazi. I will own up to that. I'm not a Nazi who wants to kill all the Jews. I'm a Nazi who wants to kill bad grammar.
And you're
as a writer, I do not tolerate bad grammar. Anyway.
You're not one of those modern Jewish Nazis either.
No, mainly because I'm not Jewish to begin with. But anyway,
the fear of losing oneself to the soulless grind of capitalism, or the fear of becoming disabled, as we all will if we aren't already, or if we don't die first. This zombification of the disabled links us to disturbing histories of euthanasia. We often take it for granted that one is better off dead than a zombie, in the same way we might think someone is better off dead than disabled. It's precisely
no. When people say that, it's because they don't want to get. It's like, hey, you're better off like dying like as a human than dying as a fucking zombie or living as a zombie, whatever.
Yeah, because your brain again is dead. Like this isn't a disability. This is literally like you've ceased to be yourself permanently. It's never coming back. The brain cells are dead. It's like someone who died for a long time and is like living on a feeding tube. That would be the closest allegory you could get, and even that's not accurate because the zombies are capable of harming people still. They aren't like stuck in a coma or some shit.
Yeah, vegetables, yeah.
Also, what about the people who do feel this way, that they would be better off dead than disabled? Are you saying they shouldn't feel that way? That's not very pro-choice view.
Like, I just want to die. Yeah, anyway.
This attitude, justification, and normalization.
Hang on. DJ says, definitely not beating those Ahsoka porn allegations. How you mentioned wanting to have sex with the zombies. I didn't.
DJ, we mentioned you wanting to have sex with the zombies.
We said,
and also, you've never denied the furry accusations. I just want to point that out. We've accused you of it a lot of times, and you've never been like, I'm not a furry. So it's getting pretty suspicious, bro.
So far, DJ, you're a furry. You want to have sex with aliens and you want to have sex with zombies. Okay, so far you're looking more deranged than us. Okay, anyway.
Of euthanasia, which was used in Nazi Germany in the early 20th century as the first step
there it
towards
is,
the institutionalized
fascism.
mass.
Because it's all. Yep, Godwin was right, y'all. Also, so because the Nazis use euthanasia, we can never use euthanasia again.
People literally have instructions for the end of their life of, I don't want to be on a feeding tube, etc., etc. There's end-of-life decisions that hospitals give all the time. And this person apparently thinks anybody who takes that option is, a Nazi. So there's that.
Well, if you remember, Movie Bob wanted to be pro-eugenics, but he said that the Nazis took it over, so now he can't.
Oh, if only it weren't for that damn Alex Jones mustache, man.
They're turning the Frog's gay.
Have you guys seen recently? He started to grow his fucking mustache like.
Oh, really?
It's such a
Yeah.
great troll.
Hold on.
I
gotta look-
guarantee. I guarantee it's just like a troll thing, but it is pretty funny. It's just funny looking because you never see anybody like Charlie Chaplin had that mustache. And he was not a fascist, but yeah, Hitler did kind of take over that look. So
Hold on, man. This shit's too good. Hold on.
Backseaters spreading fascist propaganda on his channel.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
It's like swole Hitler, like big-headed Hitler.
Yeah, it's Chad Hitler. Yeah. DJ says also, so what if I'm a furry? We ain't doing any harm to anyone, unlike you Nazi.
You might want to keep up with recent events there, DJ.
Oh, yeah. Because it's not like the furries are hanging out with people who like to kill people.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, there were a couple of them at a Ren festival in the back, and I was kind of like side-eyeing, like, oh, do they have anything on them? Like anything strapped? Because, yeah, I don't feel completely safe.
Yeah.
Well, you need a good strap-on game, you know.
Anyway.
I'm sure all the furries are gonna like help Zootopia 2 get to $1 billion, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Of disabled people. Today, disabled people are still being systematically bound and killed.
Where?
Probably in one of the communist nations.
Oh yeah, like, John, you remember that scene in The Last of Us 1 when Sam asks Ellie, like, are the people still inside? Are they trapped without any control of their body? If you really think about it, that scene is an allegory for communism because everyone's locked in their like little block cylinder rooms and they're not allowed to leave except when they have to go to work.
Yeah, it's like that episode of what's the Netflix show? Black Mirror. I kept wanting to say Barbed Wire, and I'm like, that's very different. That's the Pamela Anderson movie. But yeah, Black Mirror, where it's the guy's like having to like do his exercise and like basically like you get currency. You're locked in your little cell by like staying focused on tasks and shit. And it's like, yeah, it's like the communist utopia.
Yep. Anyway.
Through the use of do not resuscitate orders and euthanasia, afforded only the right to die, never the right to live.
Well, I mean, they're afforded the right to choose, and if they still want it, it's probably because they want to die. So,
this person must hate Canada too, because they have the MAID system, medical assistance in dying, which I actually think is pretty messed up. But I feel like it would be hypocritical for them to dislike the Canadian healthcare. So.
Yeah, and DJ says, you guys think I feel ashamed of being a furry? You wish. At least I don't share pics of a naked young Ahsoka.
Well, DJ, you are better than Dave Filoni, so I'll give you credit for that, because he's all into young Ahsoka.
Yeah.
So, good job. That's clearly who he was talking about, because that's the only person I know of who likes young Ahsoka that much. Sorry, Chris.
Also, that Discord server was a fake. Melvin already proved that.
We proved it, DJ.
That's why I'm just disregarding it and deliberately misinterpreting what he's saying, because it's so ridiculous. I'm just like, well, I'll just say that he's talking about something else because he could only reasonably be talking about something else.
Right. Anyway.
The disabled-led organization Not Dead Yet is a great resource to learn more about that. Interesting.
I'm sure it is.
Anna Maidwain also writes that some disabled people have actually begun to claim the label zombie proudly.
Well, they're
idiots.
And also, nobody's saying that people should just be committing suicide all the time. That's just not a thing.
Yeah. I would much rather people live.
Yeah. Suicide's bad, people. Don't do it.
Children's School Arch Academy has a swimming team named the Arch Academy Zombies. Okay, admittedly that's a pretty cool fucking swim team name. I'll give them that at least. Nick Santanastasso, a one-limbed Walking Dead fan, gained internet fame for using his zombie-like body to prank unsuspecting non-disabled zombie-like body? You mean the fact that he didn't have legs and only had one arm? Is that what you talked about?
So he's having fun with his disability, and so you take that to mean that he identifies as a zombie because zombies represent all disabled people.
Yeah.
That's not even a leap. That's just like going to a different dimension.
She even said he was a Walking Dead fan and he made fame for like pranking people. So if anything, I look at this and I go, "Good for you, buddy."
Yeah, clearly he's a fan because he takes all the zombies as an allegory for his disabled condition, right?
Yeah.
That makes total sense.
He watches that season 2 episode of The Walking Dead where they try to like get that one walker out of the well, and it's like, yes, I identify with that guy in the well.
We are exactly the same.
That one guy down there who's like super fat, probably smells like piss and shit. Yeah, that's me. Anyway.
And waterlogged.
Yeah.
New Jersey.
Yo, Boogie, what are you doing down there?
As he falls apart, he's like, "Twitted my fucking tipples."
I begged you. I begged you, Dane. I begged you.
They're looking down in the well. They're like, "Boogie, did you infect our water?" He's like, "I never did."
I never did. I'm a tremendous pain. Help me, help me.
Yeah.
We need to make a dub of that scene now.
And it's like there's protein in my urine or whatever the hell it was.
I'm not used to this level of scrutiny.
Yeah.
The well is just filled with Diet Mountain Dew. He was
Dew.
pouring down it.
Yeah.
He's just like, "Gotta get rid of this." Pours it down a trash can.
Anyway.
A disability scholar, famous for her theorization of crip time as moving at the pace one can in the face of the relentless capitalist drive to rush towards production, says, "I do often feel like a zombie with no hint of disgust."
Oh, I'm just like a zombie because I have to work. Oh. This is like that one, I think it was on this channel that we covered the one that was like, I had to work like 30 hours this week or something at one point. It's just like, that's less than a normal work week. What are you complaining about?
I don't fucking remember that video, but yeah.
Specialized disabled working class monsters are not seen as having any individuality. They are often seen as a threat, not always individually, but as a collective with the combined strength to revolt.
Yeah, when they fucking like fucking chase you all over the place, try to fucking like fucking surround you, rip you to bits, and shred you. Yeah, maybe they are a fucking like large collective threat. Yeah.
They're also not trying to like uprise or anything. They just want to eat. That's like their entire motivation. Is they're not chasing you to accomplish some objective beyond that.
Yeah.
The people who write these stories are trying to prevent the great communist revolution.
The
Damn.
revolution starts now.
Damn.
Anyway.
Invoking the fear of revolution from the oppressed.
Oh, I just said it.
Called it.
And that
Called it. Yep, we called it.
isn't just me reading zombies as a metaphor.
No, this is
literally
you
are.
like looking at shit way too fucking deeply.
Also, I just want to point out that every single time there's been a communist revolution, they do so to like get rid of an authoritarian regime, and they do so by installing another authoritarian regime. Like, this Lenin fella, he's totally not a dictator.
Yeah, communists are pretty retarded.
We got SWA saying, "I'm sick and tired of these zombies games and franchise." Well, don't worry, SWA. The zombie boom is over. This is just a retrospective video. Don't worry about it.
I still got to get the Days Gone remastered. I enjoyed that. That was 2019. So that was sort of towards the tail end of it.
Towards the tail end, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Connected.
I'd still be up for a good zombie story.
Of where our modern idea of a zombie comes from. The first records of the word zombie in the US settler colony came from American anthropologists writing about the voodoo religion of the Haitian people.
Wait, what did she? Did she just call the British colonies in America the US settler colony?
Comes from.
Hold on.
The first records of the word
zombie
in the US settler colony came from
that's
American
what I'll tell you where I heard settler. That's what they always call the Israelites, in any Israeli person, is that they're always settlers. They're settlers. They're like taking over another land. So this person's clearly a Hassan Piker fan, I think. he calls Americans settlers too.
Capitalist blood.
Yeah, well, and that's another one of his calls for violence, that it just takes the transitive property to show, because he's like, well, killing Israelis is okay because they're settlers. And then somebody asked him at a different time, they're like, oh, well, are all the Americans also settlers? And he's like, oh, yeah, Americans are settlers. They took over, Native Americans or whatever. And it's like, oh, so you want all of us to die too, even though you live here. Makes total sense, bro.
Yeah, and of course, Hassan Piker is the coward that he is. He's not gonna do the revolution himself. He's always gonna tell people to do it for him. Because what is he gonna do? Is he gonna storm the Capitol in his maid dress?
Fucking lazy ass. We got Jacob asking, "What I miss?" Jacob, you missed a lot. Just don't ask. You're better off not knowing what you missed. Anyway,
actually, you missed nothing of value, to be honest.
Yeah.
About the voodoo religion of the Haitian people, a religion developed from the traditions of enslaved Africans and traceable to their religions of origin from homelands like the Congo region.
Which was it? Is it based on their native religion or is it based on their slavery?
Yeah,
it's gotta be kind of one or the other.
Wakanda forever!
Yeah. Yes, Jacob, you missed a lot of retarded shit. Yeah.
Mostly in the chat. Well, not mostly in the chat, but equal parts chat and this video now. This video is economical. She's cramming that retarded shit into the first 15 minutes here. Damn.
Yeah.
And this is somehow stretched over 3 hours.
She might outdo Jesse Gender as far as how much we got to pause, just because, I don't like pausing this much, but it's just every fucking sentence is something so severely stupid that you have to point it out.
Right.
I'm not sure about you guys, but yesterday before I jumped on this stream, I was watching Cinema Wins' pathetic defense of The Rise of Skywalker, I just kept pausing it because every 5 seconds he would say something retarded. Of course, nothing was more retarded than at the beginning of the movie, or beginning of the video, after he started talking about how Palpatine returned, and I kid you not, he said, I swear to God, this is a direct quote, "Just pretend it's what you want and see how you
feel." I forgot that was Cinema Wins.
Oh, my God.
It went on for 50 minutes, and for a good portion of it, he just, instead of talking about The Rise of Skywalker, he just engaged in whataboutism about, well, how come Luke was able to use the Force to grab the lightsaber in the Hoth cave? Oh yeah, because that's apparently the same thing as Rey, all of a sudden knowing Force lightning and pulling up that ship.
Not even knowing it, just accidentally doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. We got Jacob saying 3 hours. Yeah, it's 3 hours. We're not gonna do that shit all in one go. We're gonna save this shit for a multi-parter. Yeah. Anyway.
This is as long as Return of the King, and I know which I'd rather watch.
Yeah. Anyway.
Writes in The Race and Religion of Zombies that in Haitian religious thought, part of the spirit goes immediately to God after death, while another part lingers near the grave, and this part can be captured by a sorcerer. Until it's time for the spirit fragment to go to God, it can be stored in an object, like a bottle, and used for healing, protection, or aggression.
We've all seen
the
Child's
zombie
Play.
Can rebel. For example, if its owner doesn't give it anything in return for its work, the zombie might attack them, eating their life force and becoming more powerful as it does. There is this spirit zombie, a fragment trapped in an object and forced to work by the sorcerer, and there is a corpse zombie, which is closer to our current westernized view of zombies. The sorcerer
eyes are freaking me out.
Anyway.
Extracts the spirit from the body before death, and the body is sold to cut cane sugar on a plantation. This is the body without a soul. The body as nothing but body. The body as dehumanized worker, dehumanized slave. Between 1915 and 1934, the US settler colony sent Marines to establish political and financial control of Haiti.
You're still calling it the US settler colony? In 1915? Are you just referring to the United States as that forever now?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my deep dive on Telltale's The Walking Dead, where I talk about voodoo and colonization in Haiti.
Yeah, so far we've talked about fucking Israel and the US for the entire time, because I guess that's all that zombies are about.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but when I want to look towards an analysis on Telltale's The Walking Dead, I like the ones that actually talk about Lee's character development and the way player choice is implemented. Not, what's going on in Israel, of course.
Yeah. I don't think so, Jacob. I think this bitch is just trying to just ramble her ass off.
I think she wanted to talk about all this political shit, and since nobody would have paid attention to the video, she had to bring in
She had to
something
staple it
popular.
on The Walking Dead. Yeah, like we say a lot about Ant's videos. Yeah, I'm telling you, this lady's worse than Ant.
And since Ant loves to call these people out and Birdman and all that, this is called an actual grifter. The person who can't talk about what they want to talk about because it's not popular enough, so they have to try and artificially link it to something popular disingenuously. So this is like actual grifting, not what those fucking leftoids are trying to call out as any time that you say any sort of belief that they disagree with.
Right.
Yeah, we're using these popular franchises not to entertain, but as a platform.
Yes, sir. Anyway.
Ostensibly to bring freedom, democracy, and stability to the country, really to establish neo-colonial control over it after the success of the Haitian Revolution and the establishment of a Haitian Republic outside of colonial control. During this period, American anthropologists traveled to the Haitian Republic and became fascinated with the zombie, writing accounts charged with racial fear, derision, and condescension towards so-called superstitious and uncivilized Haitians who had returned to primitivism in the absence.
If they actually believed in voodoo and like making zombies and shit, then they were pretty fucking stupid. Like that's not racist. That's like believing in Zeus or something in 1950 or some shit.
Right.
Congratulations, honey. You know your history. Can you please talk about the video game?
Yeah, the fucking thing that you put in the damn title! Jacob says this is why people like Ant and Jesse should appear on FNT. Yeah.
I mean, that would be a pretty good roast.
That'd be fucking hilarious, man.
Az would go on one of his 20-minute rants.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse, you want to tell me about the fucking pronouns?
Fucking pronouns!
You have nothing to have into your life, so you have to try to ruin and infect everything else. You're boring.
So fucking boring! Yeah.
Well, when you actually start to listen to people like Jesse and Ant, Az does have a point. They are.
Oh, I was adapting, his language to this video specifically. Because it's very true, that exact speech for this one. And then Ryan would just be bouncing with his hair and everything, like calling him fucking retarded and shit.
Right, anyway.
Benevolent white colonial rule. Elizabeth McAllister argues that the horror of the zombie for white Americans was the image of the disfigured body dispossessed of its soul, will, agency, and hence its interiority and its very humanity.
Also, the name of this book is Slaves, Cannibals, and Infected Hyper-Whites.
Holy
the race
shit.
and religion of zombies. I didn't realize that there were a group of people called Hyper-Whites.
Liz, how did you figure out about the hyper whites? You're not supposed to know about that. Hyper whites, assemble.
Yeah.
We have super white powers.
Yeah, and Jacob says, Az would be like the only thing I like is your man tits. Yeah, pretty much.
I said she had a nice rack. Fuck.
Hey, Backseater and Az could have a co-hosting job.
And then the best part was Ryan then saying, "Hey, Az, you didn't jerk off to her, did you?" And he was like, "I thought about it."
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, all this stuff that this person is talking about, this is from, like, as they said, the 1910s and the 1930s. Have you ever considered that maybe, like, in the 70 plus years between them, we've actually, like, gotten better? Maybe we're not as racist as we were.
Dude, just to show you how fucking retarded, like, even college professors and stuff are, well, especially college professors. I had a 400 level English course where the professor brought up that the Walt Disney Company was sexist because she found a letter from like 1930 from Walt Disney talking about how he wasn't going to allow a female director. I'm like, so you're saying now they're sexist because the dead guy from 1930 who started their company
right
that wrote a letter 80 years ago.
Yeah, this person must be canceled for an offhand joke they said 7 years ago.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm.
Mr. Jacob also says, then Gary plays the crying game
The
song.
crying game.
Or he starts playing "Why Are You Gay?"
What are you doing?
Who's
Yeah.
crying now? Yeah.
Anyway.
Humanity. In other words, white people were afraid of being subjected to exactly what they had subjected enslaved people to. This is starkly represented in the first zombie movie, White Zombie, directed by Victor Halperin and released in 1932, where zombified Haitians working the sugar mills is a matter of course, while the zombification of a white woman is an affront to civilization and must be reversed. The terrifying practice of zombification and the image of the
I'm pretty sure like zombifying anyone is still pretty bad in this movie. So I don't know, like I'm pretty sure like they're looking at a zombie right here. I'm sure this is still pretty bad.
And no, the Democrats who have cultivated cancel culture are afraid that cancel culture will now be turned on them.
Right, yeah. Anyway.
Haitian were images deployed to justify American military intervention in post-revolution Haiti during this period. From the 1960s onward, a distinct Western zombie tradition began to emerge. The flesh-eating ghouls of George Romero's 1968 sleeper hit, Night of the Living Dead, were amalgamated with the word zombie to create a new American creature. This new zombie had no master, instead rising from the dead mysteriously, sometimes due to supernatural causes like in Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, but more often due to scientific ones like radiation or contagion like in World War Z. While it remained soulless, it was now mysteriously driven to eat flesh. Of course, the image of the cannibal is also a familiar racial trope which characterizes barbaric Africans as flesh-eating monsters.
Really? Because I don't remember that being a stereotype against Africans. Like, oh yeah, all the Africans are cannibals. It's like,
by this person's logic, the zombies are also an allegory for the middle class because George Romero said in one interview that the zombies were the blue collar monsters.
You know, I'm going to expand. I often use the allegory of like whenever people are likening things to evil things, I'm always like, well, what was Hitler's favorite flavor of ice cream? If you like that one too, or you like Hitler, But I'm going to expand it now to basically like, oh, if Hitler thought that if you liked strawberry ice cream that you deserve to die, would anybody who doesn't like strawberry ice cream, would you just like think the same thing? It's like you can share an idea that like flesh-eating zombies are bad. It doesn't mean you share some racial stereotype that somebody interpreted a zombie as.
Yep.
You can draw a different conclusion from the retarded person.
Yeah, we got DJ here saying, you're not running a talk show here, Mr. Berman. You can forget pitching an audience the moral bullshit they want to hear. Tell me where that quote comes from. It's from a zombie film. I don't know. I've never seen it, and I don't really care to. Jacob says, imagine Jesse reacting when X-Ray Girl played the gong noise effect.
Imagine that guy in chat thinking it.
Yeah, DJ, what do you think of X-Ray Girl playing the gong noise effect?
He needs to watch an episode of FNT and see how offended he can get. He can take notes.
Like literally, like fucking DJ, you really need to watch FNT. That shit's hilarious. Anyway.
The reason why they do it is because they know it triggers them so much to do all that.
She's an Uncle Tom or whatever the Asian equivalent is of that.
Yeah.
White colonial intervention. Nowadays, the zombie is not always commodified or exploited as a slave, the way the Haitian zombie is, but is now an endless consumer. However, in spite of this...
So apparently, like, all the zombies now think, don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product.
There is a group that this applies to, but it's not a racial group. It's a certain company's fans that you could say. Or I shouldn't even say a company, just like a general group of people known as shills that this would very much apply to more than any racial group I can think of.
Yeah. DJ says, if you're so into zombie films, then tell me where the quote comes from. I don't know. I already told you,
You
DJ.
don't know this random quote from a zombie film that I watched.
Congrats
DJ,
on beating that straw man.
I've seen half a dozen guys in my unit get bitten by those things. None of them lasted more than 3 days. Again, I don't know, okay? I don't watch fucking zombie
DJ,
movies for the plot.
I'll quiz you to see if you're a true zombie fan. How many zombies died in Train to Busan? Give me an exact number, and you'll be verified as a true zombie fan.
All
Don't
right,
Google,
DJ,
though.
there's your challenge. Jacob says they think X-Ray Girls and Uncle Ruckus.
Distinctly American takeover of the zombie image, the fear of Africans and Haitians, the fear of being enslaved, and the fear of slave revolt.
There's literally a black guy in there fighting off the zombies.
Say that. And again, this is a Walking Dead video, and the person has to talk about the Walking Dead, and the protagonist of the game is literally a black guy.
We're almost what would that be, a seventh of the way in once we're a half an hour, so we're getting there, and still no Walking Dead, other than a brief history of Telltale at the beginning.
Yep.
Revolution are still.
Hang on, DJ says, if I get offended, I don't bitch about it like you slogs don't see the point. You're literally bitching about it right now, bro.
Yeah, you literally follow people around to chats just to bitch at them, so you're kind of like more pathetic than anybody I've ever seen. It's weird that you want to waste your days with people you don't like and want to bitch about.
DJ, tell you what, fucking DJ, if you want to waste your day away, how about you watch that Darth Melvin video that debunks your claim that we're all a bunch of pedos?
It'll be like, you need to timestamp it for me. I'll watch 26 hours of your streams, but I won't watch a 1 hour video.
Yeah. Jacob says she probably pulls a Joe Biden where she says he not black. Probably, yeah.
What were you saying, Chris?
I'll give DJ some even better advice. Since you clearly don't like us, just turn off the video. Do something else. Maybe go watch one of Organized Chaos's streams.
Oh,
I think you guys will align pretty well. You know.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to talk about The Walking Dead today.
Follow Rose Tico's advice. Don't destroy what you hate, but save what you love.
Yeah, Rose Tico is the best. She's my number one Star Wars character.
And it's so disgusting that all these toxic people bullied her off of the internet, even though I have no proof of it.
Yeah. Anyway, hang on. DJ says you wouldn't even survive a couple of minutes.
With Sydney Sweeney, I agree. You're right. I probably would, But then the second round, I bet I could last longer. I'm just saying.
Yeah. DJ says showing your true colors there. Quite pathetic, really.
Yeah, I know. I'm wearing a white coat. Thanks for noticing.
Yeah. I'm wearing a white shirt.
Well, I'm wearing a black shirt. I'm just saying.
No, John, you're wearing a black shirt.
The Ryan Kinnell pronunciation.
Yeah. Black.
There were a lot of black people on Twitter propping up Lamar Jackson this weekend.
Jacob says Organized Chaos has the auto come. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
I'm gonna come.
In the zombie's decaying body. While associations with blackness and voodoo persist today, the zombie after 1968 became widely detached from its tradition, becoming white, raceless, or racially diverse masses of cannibalistic
That guy was humping the car. Did you guys see that? Oh,
he's like, oh yeah. He's got like a tablet in his pocket too.
Also, as I said earlier, we've evolved since then, and this person has just proved my point.
Yeah.
We've become less racist as time goes on, but of course, victim mentality people like this, they always got to find something to be a victim of, and as soon as the problem gets solved, they have nothing to be a victim about.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have just signed an executive order. It's going to make. I have declared. I said, I was inspired by this video, and I think the zombie thing being the protesters, only of the Antifa protesters. We don't like them. They're brainless. They are decrepit in the brain, And they're very much like zombies, so I've declared them zombies. We can treat them like those. We can get them mowed down, get rid of all of them. Same with the illegal immigrants. They're like these big hordes and their caravans. They come to the border and they just like swarm over, and it's just like World War Z. And BB, he showed me that movie, and I said, "Wow, look at that! They're just like the southern border in our states."
They're not very nice.
Anyway, let me see. DJ says, surely it's not that hard for a mentally challenged man like yourself to give out the timestamp to the video, especially if he's being accused of pedophilic behavior.
Pedophilic
DJ.
behavior. What difference does the accusation make to make a stupid request? Like, okay, hey DJ, I need you to timestamp a video. Otherwise, you're a pedophile and a rapist, and and you kill puppies. Okay, you're a furry, so you'll take extra offense to that.
DJ,
so you need to timestamp that 4-hour Jesse Gender video for us.
Yeah, hey DJ, figure out where how many zombies in Train to Busan are killed, the exact number, or you're a pedophile. Yeah.
Well, you can just Google that one. But
whatever. Jacob says, organized chaos comes when a video from Nerdrotic gets demonetized. Yeah.
And Nerdrotic laughs.
DJ says, honestly, you look like the stereotypical school shooter that hates women. Yeah, I'm the stereotypical school shooter, even though who hates women, even though I live with women. Yeah, totally.
Well, he's not a furry or a river to the sea kind of guy, so he doesn't fit that profile so much, man.
Yeah, sorry, DJ.
How dare you, DJ, assume that someone is a certain way just by the way they look? That's so bigoted of you.
Yeah, DJ, what the fuck? Anyway.
Of cannibalistic monsters, spreading contagion, invading the American home, and all that jazz.
I love how lazy the zombies were. This was filmed at Monroeville Mall, which is only a good, probably half hour from me, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the zombie makeup is so fucking like lazy.
It's like slightly paler face, and then they just call it a day.
Yeah, make him pale. Maybe add some red around the mouth because it's like, oh, they ate blood or whatever, and like there you go. That's it, folks. Jacob says, organized chaos is like, I need a new pair of underwear. It covered in too much white stuff.
And he should buy white underwear if that's a problem. Like, they're too crusty. I can't get them on anymore. They scrape.
I haven't been able to get some because ever since my wife left me.
Yeah.
They keep getting fat. My old pairs don't fit anyway.
Anyway.
Like the Haitian zombie, always seems to have something to do with colonialism.
That's a zombie.
Yeah, he's just rubbing his fucking chest up against the window.
He's like, do the truffle shuffle.
Yeah, anyway.
Capitalism. They are conveniently deployed as a metaphor for American consumerism. A catalyst.
No!
Oh, not really. I mean, I guess our brains are now the legendary product that that fucking Red Letter Media's nerd crew are always on about, I guess.
It's a metaphor.
DJ says self-project much? I mean, hey man, like we're asking,
just copying my argument, DJ. I already called you a projector.
Stop copying our get your own arguments, DJ.
We know Jacob, you do, but what do we do?
Yeah, Jacob says organized chaos can't see his penis. There's too much of it on my stomach.
Yeah, organized chaos not organized chaos. DJ, be normal and just make fun of organized chaos like the rest of us. We can all agree on that, right? Surely you won't defend him.
Right?
Or if you don't know him, which is probably what you're going to say, you'll be like, I'm above it all. I don't know about him. Why don't you go and watch one of his videos?
Yeah. Anyway.
For survivor characters, petty individualism, selfishness, and racist bloodlust. As Justin Vaccaro puts it, if the zombie did not exist...
Hang on. Modernity's automation of man, biopower, and the early zombie film.
The would have invented it. And perhaps it did just that in Haiti, through the institutions of colonialism, capitalism, and especially slavery, and the creation of the socially dead, where the slave is desocialized and depersonalized, made into a non-being, the living dead. The zombie is a wholly modern phenomenon. Nowadays, the zombie is
Well, then,
almost
if it's
always
wholly modern, then why was it invented after slavery was abolished?
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
Like, the U.S. was late to the party on abolishing slavery out of the civilized nations, and like Britain did it in like the early 1800s. The U.S. held out until 1865, and even that's a hell of a lot longer before 1915 or whatever you were citing before.
Right. Anyway.
associated with the apocalypse, the near or complete collapse of American society. We can
Of
read
all
zombie
society, it's not American Central. Or
Yeah.
if it's 28 whatever's later, it's Britain.
Yeah. Hang on. DJ says, naturally, pedos like to self-project in order to throw the blame on themselves. You're smiling now, but deep down, you're a hideous, scared little goblin that has no pity whatsoever.
DJ, I don't know if you need to Google this. There's like a suicide hotline. Get yourself some help. You seem like a very unhinged person, and I think you really need help, to be honest with you.
Hashtag unhinged. Yeah.
Speaking of which, you know how the main like theme of Mass Effect 2 is titled Suicide Mission?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the video on YouTube that plays the track, there's actually a link to the suicide hotline.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I've seen that before on like streams or shit that mention it, and there'll be like a random link underneath the YouTube video about like, suicide hotline and shit. So Backseater will probably get it on this video now that I mentioned it.
And all the comments on that video are people going like the fact that there's a suicide hotline in this video is ridiculous. This song makes me want to live.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is an epic piece of music.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's because it is. Anyway, Jacob says, organized chaos looks like he wants to touch Pedro Pascal's mustache. Probably, yeah.
Probably
something
else too.
We got dog wearing sunglasses. DJ LOL5. Backseater is a loser, right? LOL.
Another furry? Jesus. Why do they all have dog profiles?
We're being fucking invaded by the damn furries. DJ says, "How am I unhinged?" John, you want to explain how he's unhinged?
DJ, your previous comment before that, it was like this rambling mess of like crazy like leaps in logic just to try and make the other person guilty of what you're doing. Like, dude,
literally.
You follow around people on streams and like go into their chats and shit like live all the time. Do you just hit that like refresh all day waiting for Backseater to go live? Like,
probably.
It's weird, bro. Like, you're not healthy.
Backseater streaming. It's my time has come.
Yeah, and so have I. He's got a picture of a dog pasted above his fucking computer monitor as he's watching Backseater. He's just like, I hate it, but I love.
And he's jerking it to the dog. Yeah. Anyway. Dog wearing sunglasses says they love pedos in the backseat, boys, or whatever it is. No,
we don't love you guys. You just keep showing up in the chat. I don't know why, but we're not endorsing you being here. We're asking you to leave.
Yeah. Dog wearing sunglasses says not a furry. I just like the movie The Jerk. Never heard of it.
He likes to jerk it.
Yeah,
but, that actually is a funny movie. Actually, I'll agree with him on that. We found common ground.
DJ says, well, at least dog with sunglasses agrees that you're a loser. Okay, well, what if he's a loser? What then? Who's the bigger loser?
You're a loser. I'm just picturing
loser. You're a loser. You're feeling sorry for yourself.
You need the
I don't know, Jacob. Clip. Fucking furries are raiding us. These guys are some of Ant's dick lickers. As dog and sunglasses says, I'm not a pedo, you weirdo. Well, you're acting like one. Anyway.
Apocalypses specifically as the revolt of the enslaved and exploited masses, destroying the old world to bring about a necessary transformation. The zombie is everywhere in modern
life. So she's saying the zombies the good guys. They're bringing about the communist revolution.
Oh my god. I was right. She's going straight up like the revolution starts now.
She watched Andor and she's like, look at these protesters. They're just like zombies. Oh, it's all the same.
She's all like, look at this. Yeah.
Each other zombies when in some kind of dissociative state. We're zombies who watch.
Hang on. Yes, Jacob. Ant really needs to be on TRT. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Then we got Dog Wearing Sunglasses says, I am cool because I'm not a loser gatekeeper. I mean, gatekeeping is kind of necessary.
That's a
We all agree on
shame.
that.
Dog wearing sunglasses. Yeah, you don't want a bunch of weirdos getting into your fandom. Definitely gatekeep whatever you care about.
Right, yeah.
Especially
Anyway,
anime. It's getting popular. You got to watch out for the weirdos getting in there.
Also, do you
right.
have a problem with Kathleen Kennedy? Because after all, she's the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper.
Right.
Too much TV, we play too much video games, we're zombies who won't get off their
I
phones,
see.
we're drugged up zombies, making the question of who we zombify and how we zombify each other pertinent to understanding systemic violence and dehumanization in our society. In my video on Vampire,
It
I
looks
define
just like the protesters, not going to lie.
Yeah, hang on. Vampire making a monster? COVID-19?
Huh?
Then we got DJ.
Remember how you guys dehumanize anyone who wouldn't take the vaccine?
Yeah.
You're all fascist, and therefore we can commit
I
violence
really
against
am a
you.
vampire because I refused to take the COVID-19 vaccine when it was like all big and shit. We got DJ saying, Joey, you are the definition of looking and acting like an unhinged pedo-Nazi that surrounds himself with yes men. How? Like literally how? We got Dog Wearing Sunglasses says, gatekeeping is pointless, bro. You cannot stop anyone enjoying this shit, you silly shits.
Oh, if they enjoy it as it is, that's fine. You're gatekeeping it from people who try to change it, usually.
Yeah.
Hope that clears that up.
Jacob says, are they saying the common cold is turning people into zombies? I don't know. Probably, Jacob. I don't know. DJ says, I agree with Dog. People will see you as the dirty, smelly fake fans you are and will call you out on it. How am I a fake fan?
I love how he's talking about, like, you surround yourself with yes men, and yet this is literally just like his alt account as he agrees with himself.
Yeah, Dog, prove it. Like, are
This is
you
like
really
some-
not DJ?
Fucking Nux Taku is always doing this where he'll watch one of his own clips and he'll be like, I agree with me. I'm very based, actually. He like does it ironically, though.
At least Dog Wearing Sunglasses agrees with me.
I know he's like going back and forth with the one guy in chat who agrees with him and just like, aha, he is surrounded by yes men. I agree.
Yeah. Dog Wearing Sunglasses says, lol, I'm not DJ LL5. Sure you're not Dog Wearing Sunglasses. Sure you're
but
not. We
Backseater,
totally
if you ask him to prove it, you're doxing him, don't forget. So don't do that. According to
Foucault's
Ant's
concept
definition
of biopower at length. But in short, under late-stage capitalism, biopower requires the human body to be perceived as a machine used for work, which will generate profit. According to
that's not a zombie apocalypse. That's just the Philadelphia Eagles winning the Super Bowl. They're all pushing the bus over and shit.
Yeah.
Caro, biopower manages and conducts life itself, and does this by reducing human subjects to nothing but biological material, automata, zombies.
I think it's automata, but all right.
Yeah, but even then, it's like, who is using the zombies for labor? How is working in like a factory or whatever the hell turning you into a zombie? Anyway, let's see here. It's the Dog Wearing Sunglasses says, LOL, you guys are so sad. It's like, look who's talking, Dog. And then Dog says, what more than one person disagree with us being stupid? Well, then they must all be the same person. I mean, you haven't done anything to dissuade us that you're two separate guys.
Bro, I mean, that part's kind of irrelevant. The point still stands, even if you're two separate people. My point was he was joking about yes men, and then you just keep agreeing with each other. The only two people who agree in the chat.
Yeah. And then DJ says, how are you a fake fan? By not enjoying the legends stories as they are, since they aren't canon. And you spelt canon incorrectly there. Sorry, I meant epileptic universe. Yes, DJ, this is a hill I will die on. It's the expanded universe, and Disney had no right to decanonize it when they bought Star Wars.
Especially if they were going to replace it with the shit that they did, because DJ, I used to listen to a lot of those books. I listen to a ton of audiobooks because I work, I do like actual like blue collar work, unlike you, but fucking dogs all day. But well, at least you don't fuck dogs all day, Backseater.
Yeah, true.
But so DJ here, as he's busy doing that, like I'm actually like listening to shit, and I listened to a lot of those Disney books back in the day before I, discovered what sort of shit they had erased. And I was just like, huh, this is all just filler. It's all crap. And then I listened to even listening to Vector Prime, my first EU novel, I was like, oh, this already has like more meaningful shit in it than the entire like slew of fucking Disney books I listened to back in the day on Audible.
You mean to tell me, John, that Grand Admiral Thrawn slowly and carefully planning out his attacks against the New Republic is more compelling than the TIE fighter, wibbly and wobblied. It blammed and it bloomed.
You talk about Grand Admiral Thrawn solely planning. He was planning to fight the Gris for 9 fucking novels in the Disney universe.
And they never got around to it.
Oh my god, that is the prime example of Disney filler. They're so afraid to do anything, and it ends up all sucking as a result. The only thing that they can do is have like little fill-in stories for like Padme's handmaidens where there's secret lesbians for her and shit. It's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, the expanded universe doesn't include the Acolyte, therefore we win.
Yeah, pretty much. Then we got DJ saying, and you actually think I'm running 2 accounts? Wow, you guys are so dumb. Well,
he's got a point there. He's probably not good enough technically to run 2 accounts. So I do rescind my statement. You're too much of a dumbass.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's like, how do I do 2 tabs at once? Whoa.
Yeah. Dogwig Sunglass says, first of all, it's expanded universe, and it's terrible. How is it terrible, dog? Go ahead, prove me wrong.
I can already tell you what he's going to say. He's going to go, it has Luke with 2 U's. They kill Chewbacca with a moon, and they revive Palpatine, just like in Rise of Skywalker.
And it had and they had a Force-sensitive droid. DJ says, Legends is a much better title. No, it isn't. It doesn't even make sense from an in-universe perspective either.
I will give him this. Legends is a better title than The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yeah. The Mandalorian and Grogu. Wow. What an inventive title. That's like calling The Return of the Jedi, Luke and Jabba and Palpatine.
Right. Then we also got fucking Melvin's live in 30 minutes, guys. Anyway, so I'm gonna have to miss him. Anyway, DJ also says, you mean the exhausted universe? It's the expanded universe, DJ.
Right.
Get it right.
Well, don't get one guide backseater. Oh, sorry, Chris. What were you saying?
He thought he was so clever with that one.
Yeah. Jacob says, man, this DJ is #triggered. Yes, he is. Dog wearing sunglasses says, everything Star Wars made after 1983 is for losers. Okay, prove it, dog. Prove it.
Well, at least he agrees that The Force Awakens is terrible.
Yeah, so he does agree with all the Disney stuff being terrible.
Mm-hmm. And DJ says, oh, I'm definitely triggered here. Well, at least you admitted you're triggered there. Yeah. Anyway.
In other words, zombies may represent how workers are alienated from their humanity by their oppressors or within themselves.
No, you don't instantly lose your humanity when you sign up to for fucking a job or anything like that. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Hang on, DJ says it's all just filler. Doesn't matter if some are actually really good. John, you want to respond to that?
But like actual filler doesn't even do character work, and that's what this doesn't do. Like, it doesn't even advance characters or make them more interesting or anything like that. Like, it's just useless shit. So like true filler is pretty much always terrible, unless it's like an animated show that has really awesome action scenes or something, and even that's just kind of fluff, but at least you can make it like flashy entertainment. But like a book filler, that has nothing of value.
Yeah, true. And then Jacob says, so you don't consider the stories from the Einstein universe legendary? I mean, they're good, and they are legendary. They're just not called legends. They're called the expanded universe stories.
Calling something legends versus legendary is completely different.
Exactly, yes. Dog wearing sunglasses says, I don't have to. It's my opinion. They should have edited it in 1983. All right, prove it. Like, justify your opinion. We'll invite you on. We'll literally stop like what we're doing right now. We'll bring you on, and you can justify your opinion, dog.
Congratulations, dude. You figured out what an opinion is.
Yeah,
I think these
Jacob
guys,
says,
Backseater, I think you're getting lured into these guys are just really big fans of whoever made this video, and they don't want you to rip her apart anymore. So they're
No.
trying to distract you with endless chats.
Anyway, Jacob says, DJ, just go watch any of the shill channels. Yeah. DJ says, at least I don't hide it behind fake laughs and lame jokes and insults. I mean,
Well, that's just and you're very hurtful, and we're going to report you to YouTube for hate.
Yeah, you better knock it off, DJ, for report you for cyberbullying.
DJ, you're the one who called Backseater a pedophile, and now
yeah.
Yeah, you know what defamation is, bro.
Mm-hmm. DJ also says, Visions is amazing, and it isn't canon to the main Star Wars universe. Well, one, it's not amazing. Two, it not being canon is less reason to check it out.
I mean, good for you, Backseater. You can like what you like. Just don't tell us that we have to like it.
Anyway, Dog Wearing Sunglasses says, I don't even know who made this video. I do think it's weird to just shit on random videos from random people because it's fun, dog. That's why.
Also, we have no pre-knowledge of this. They could make a great video. They happen to be retarded this time. But we have had ones that we agree with in the past. It's just honestly looking at them and, grading them and everything.
Right. DJ also says, proving my point exactly. No, I'm not. And then DJ says, explain that how Visions isn't amazing. Because it's basically just Disney giving the fucking Star Wars brand to some fuck-offs in a foreign country. It's like, here, do something with this. And then just letting them do their crap. It's legit just garbage.
I'll even say it as an anime fan, like it's cheap, and they're trying to basically farm off the clout of these studios. They're basically like, oh, you like them from these shows that you like, so if they animate in a similar style and do some random ass Star Wars story, then you should like that too. It's like them just fucking grifting off anime getting popular. Like, they don't put anything into the writing. They don't do any sort of work. It's just like, oh, let's just try and do the popular thing. It's like if they got the Demon Slayer studio, now that movie made a bunch of money, if they were like, oh, we'll have you animate the next season of our Star Wars show and everybody should like it, and they just like let Filoni write it. Like, it's not going to make any difference.
And Jacob says, sorry, Chris, what?
And all those stories about the girl who's the key to everything, so original. Totally never seen that before.
Jacob says, can we just watch the video? Yep, we're going back to it now.
Yeah, you can time them out or something, probably.
We enter into dissociative states to produce, or how we even become physically disabled by work. Think about the maiming of miners or factory workers, or the development of fatigue, back pain, or other physical ailments from various forms of constant work. Think about how we might rely on substances to make it through the week. Vaccaro says, humans are reduced to bare biological life that can be operated on, controlled, and exploited.
Most of you fucks do office work. I don't want to hear about, oh, my back, I have to take all these drugs. It's like, I do actual fucking labor. And I'm tired of you guys whining about this shit.
Yeah.
Like, shit hurts. Get over it.
Yeah, and for the millionth time, what does this have to do with Telltale's The Walking Dead?
I don't. Oh, man.
Biopower all have the potential to become zombies. But not all zombies are made equal. A haunting, vital essay by Travis Linneman, Tyler Wall, and Edward Green, titled Zombification and the Normalization of Police Violence, argues urgently that we must recognize reports of zombies and cannibals not only as salacious, thoughtless reporting,
Why'd you throw
but
your
also
gun?
as part
What
of a
the
larger
fuck, bro?
ideological frame that normalizes state violence and concedes the fundamental inequalities of
what the heck?
capitalism.
You keep saying great, but they're
okay,
failing.
but what the hell does that mean?
Also,
The process of zombification.
Can't they just move out of the way or move away so the zombies don't push her off the building?
Yeah, like literally, like move to the fucking right here.
I'm guessing this is like a Dead Rising.
This is
DLC,
Dead Rising, yeah.
Where they're just supposed to take photos of all the shit that's happening. So,
hang on. DJ says, don't put anything into the writing. You would know good writing if it was slapping its dick on your faces. At least those different animation studios did something unique and fun.
DJ, Jesus Christ, I'm talking about the fact that aesthetics, like just having an animation studio, does not make it like the things that they... actually did, like writing wise and everything. I'm trying to show you the difference between writing and aesthetics. You don't seem to be able to grasp that. That's okay. You're retarded. Try again.
And
DJ says me especially. It's like, all right, so what? Like, my guy, I am literally planning out a story. It's not going to get made for another 10 years because I am meticulously planning it.
Hey,
Damn,
DJ.
we got George R. Martin over here.
Yeah, Dog Ring Sunglass says, the person narrating this sounds very bored. You know what, Dog? This we actually agree with you on.
Finally, someone relevant to the video. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Jacob says, what the fuck, DJ? Can you let the Backseat Boys watch the video? Yeah, what the fuck, DJ? Anyway.
Must recognize.
What were you saying, Chris?
Before we go any further, I just want to give a little recommendation to DJ since he cares so much about good writing and animation. If you want to get a really good idea of what a good story and animation can be, watch episode 2 of season 1 of Justice League Unlimited called For the Man Who Has Everything. Genuinely one of the best episodes of animation I've ever seen. It's certainly better than all of TCW. I'm just saying.
Yeah, or watch the Clone Wars micro series. Like the whole season is less than the length of Rise of Skywalker, I'm pretty sure. So or the whole volume, I think they label them as.
Yeah.
But yes, I agree about The Man Who Has Everything. Great episode, covers the whole DC Trinity, gets a little hit on each one. Well, actually, Wonder Woman just kind of gets the shit beaten out of her. But Batman and Superman, they get great story arcs from that.
Yeah,
and Wonder Woman's pretty sexy even whenever she's getting beaten up. That's not an endorsement on beating women, but she just sounds really like moany and stuff. Anyways,
anyone who watches that episode and still thinks that Superman is boring, you don't understand anything.
Yeah. DJ says, "Sure, you ain't the one mentally challenged." I mean,
nope. Moving on.
DJ says, "Look who's getting triggered now." Yeah, it's you, DJ. Anyway, moving on.
Bees and cannibals, not only as salacious, thoughtless reporting, but also as part of a larger ideological frame that normalizes state violence and concedes the fundamental
violence.
Conceals the fundamental inequalities of late capitalism. What the fuck?
This person would hate the series Demon Slayer. I know I bring it up a lot because the movie's kind of like, just like, it'd be like, oh, they're the other that you have to kill.
Yeah.
Because those things are like still smart and like actually have their human thoughts and everything.
Yeah.
Of late capitalism. Okay, but what the hell does that mean? The process of zombification that Linneman, Wall, and Green are talking about is the process...
Okay, you do realize that all three of those people are not using zombification the way that, like, these games and whatnot use the term, right?
Hello, you play the game. You need something to shoot.
Hello, you play the game, yeah.
Of marking someone for exclusion by the state, therefore marking them for death, leaving them in a state between life and death like a zombie. This is basically
no. It's not the marking that makes them a zombie. They are a zombie and therefore they get marked. You're reversing the thought process here to make it sound the same. That's not what's happening.
Jacob says Wonder Woman does the Wilhelm scream in that episode. Yeah, she does.
Oh, geez. Mongol beats the shit out of her.
Yeah. And Dog Wearing Sunglasses says, I like the original comic by Alan Moore. Good stuff. Well, Alan Moore's fucking retarded, so fuck everything he ever wrote.
Is he the one that worships the snake god in South America and shit?
I don't know, man.
He's got like a big beard.
I don't know. I just want Alan Moore to die. He's so old and he's all cranky. It's like he's
in Minecraft. In Minecraft, of course.
Yeah, in Minecraft, of course. Yeah. Anyway,
I was talking about earlier, reducing someone to bare life or marking them as socially dead are helpfully summarized through the concept of zombification. Zombies deserve
invisible lines. They aren't there.
Starvation, to be shot.
Okay, so if we give zombies houses, like states, food, and we don't shoot them, what the fuck are they gonna do then? The fuck are they gonna do? They're just gonna wander out of there and continue eating all of us.
Squarely in the head without remorse. To zombify someone is to spin that narrative about them, basically. When someone is...
Also, this Walking Dead game is complete fucking ass.
And the most humane thing you could do is, they're not going to like this word, but segregate the zombies. Even if you don't want to kill them all, the best thing you could possibly do is put them in like a walled facility or some shit if you're really that obsessed with not killing them.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling you would have a problem with that too, lady. So I don't know what you actually want us to do, because we cannot let them intermingle. They will eat our brains. Like she'd be like, "Oh, that's just what people would say about African Americans in the 1930s."
Jacob says the zombies want to eat people, you donut. Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, don't compare this idiot to a delicious sugary treat with the glaze and the, oh god. I didn't need to see that. But all
Well,
right.
anyway, moving on.
The narrative that zombifies them constructs
This does look like
state,
shit,
in
though.
this case,
It is
police
shit.
violence, as legitimate and necessary in
Looks like an easy
response to the
platinum kinda
supposedly
game.
immediate
Yeah.
danger from this evil, monstrous person, this zombie.
What the
to
fuck was
protect
that? They're like, they don't hit anything. They're stuck on the dead body in front of them.
Yeah, this whole game's hang on.
police violence as legitimate and necessary
Look
in
at this.
response to the
Mhm.
supposedly
Oh, wait.
immediate danger
This
from
one.
this evil, monstrous person.
So apparently, like, yeah. So apparently it's police brutality now. If we kill zombies, apparently now.
Rick Grimes was a police officer. Coincidence? I think
I
not.
think not.
Hashtag defund the police.
Zombie to protect
Defund
the
Rick,
living,
yeah.
those who are included and protected by the state. So when the police shoot an unarmed black man, they don't shoot a living person, but a zombie,
Oh
a
my
monstrous,
God.
violent, drugged-up creature. Killing a zombie isn't like killing a person, because
Are
they're
you
already
crazy?
dead.
Trophy. Damn. I gotta get this game now.
Also,
Well, yeah, apparently when a policeman kills an unarmed black man, it's no different than Rick killing a zombie.
when was this video published?
6 months ago.
6 months ago. So yeah, the certain incident that happened a few weeks ago didn't happen yet, but
So this person was triggered by the election and immediately got to work editing a 3.5-hour video, because that lines up like right with the inauguration, basically.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, well, a couple months after, actually, but forgot it was September or October. Yeah, it's like, I better get to work on this. Clearly, we're heading towards a zombie apocalypse where they're just going to start killing all the black people like they're zombies.
Yeah, and Jacob says she probably think Rick Grimes was the murder of George Floyd. Yeah, probably, yeah.
Rick Grimes shoots a black zombie and she's watching. She's just like, wow, just like George Floyd. Holy shit. Even though he wasn't even shot, by the way.
Yeah, dog wearing sunglasses. Gonna spend 8 hours, say the simple comment of this person as their head up their ass. What content, guys? Exactly, man. Exactly.
Hey, thanks for watching, man.
Thanks for the watch hours, dog wearing sunglasses. And DJ says, funny how you guys call me mentally challenged when you haven't shown any nuance in your arguments at all. Just petty insults and repeated comments like, oh God, or this looks so fucking stupid. I mean, we've offered up like plenty of counter arguments so far, DJ. Sorry you just missed them all.
We've actually done very specific topical things to every single thing that this person has brought up, which has been a lot of irrelevant shit, by the way, and we shouldn't be expected to know this wide swath of shit, but we have.
Dog wearing sunglasses says, I'm not watching all 8 hours of you sad, shitty, stupid assholes. All
okay,
right,
fuckity bye, as
right,
Az would say.
Bye, dog. You can bounce then. Anyway.
Bad dog.
To really drive the material implications of all of this home, what's particularly chilling is that private security firms and police officers are literally organizing events and writing handbooks centered around the imagined scenario.
All right, imagine that this is just fucking like pretend jokey bullshit.
This is just like stupid. Okay, yeah, some stupid shit gets funding. Like, you want to know how many BS charities there are? Like, come on.
Come on, man. Come on. Jacob says Trump needs to change Disneyland into Trumpland. Agreed.
DeSantis would agree to it, but that would be Disney World.
In order to train them for their jobs today.
World.
I mean, they are literally being encouraged to see criminalized people as zombies, as dead, inhuman monsters that they don't need to feel guilty about shooting in the head. As Linneman Wall and Green put it, zombification works to normalize state.
Hang on. The Walking Dead and Killing State. Zombification and the normalization of police violence. Oh, fucking Christ.
Violence and a sort of
They're
I'm totally
taking
sure
my-
that because
Go
when
ahead.
Robert Kirkman made The Walking Dead originally, I'm sure that's totally what he had in mind when he made Rick a cop, and not because cops, their typical role is to be guardians of a society in normal times, and that's the role that Rick serves in his group.
Yeah.
No, it was totally meant to be like a representation of the oppression of the state.
Oh.
Jacob says they have a roller coaster called the Auto Pen. Yeah. Anyway.
Killability. And if we link this to the interchangeability of zombie
And every time like you sign up for a ride, the fucking guys running it's like, hey, why don't you give us a nice big fat tip? Yeah.
I hope you give me a nice big fat tip.
Yeah.
military shooters, which are increasingly being used to recruit and train soldiers.
No, they aren't. What the hell are you talking about?
Dude,
Oh
you're
my
like
God.
Kojima said this in like what 2001 or whatever, when he was like, oh, or maybe it was in Guns of the Patriots. That would have been 2008, but he's like, generations raised on online shooters and stuff. It's like that didn't actually turn out to be true. Like the recruitment was falling for a while before it raised this year.
Yeah. Anyway.
During an ongoing genocide by the organization that trains the American police, that is, the Israeli occupation forces.
Why the hell would Israel be training American police? What the fuck?
I guess they have a lot of combat experience, considering
the
everybody's trying to kill
Israelis
them all
are
the
pretty
time.
badass, yeah. Jacob says, imagine the View reacting to Trump land. Oh, I'd pay to see that shit, yeah.
They have to go there.
Then your harmless zombie killing in video games is actually materially linked to the massacre of hundreds of thousands of people halfway across the world.
Oh, yeah. So everyone watch this. You see all those bodies that this guy being controlled by the player? So by extension, the player killed his zombies. See all these like zombies the player killed? Yeah, the player did this.
You're materially connected to the genocide. Oh my God.
Doesn't this just reek of that time in 2009 when Fox News made such a big deal about the No Russian mission in Modern Warfare 2 and talking about how that was going to like inspire gun violence everywhere?
Yeah.
No, maybe it's just a video game and they completely miss all the context of what that No Russian mission was meant to be, which was Makarov trying to set up the Americans as attacking Russia so we can set up World War III. But no, we just see the airport and the civilians, and we gotta make a controversy around this.
Yeah, like Republicans can be just as retarded about this as liberals. Like, you got everybody from Hillary Clinton to RFK trying to blame video games on violence and shit. It's never been true. It never will be true. But like this person trying to make it 1-to-1, like, even if you never do anything violent, you are still supporting the genocide simply by playing the zombie game. It's like, no. That's like saying that if I play GTA and I kill the hooker, which is much more 1-to-1, that I am supporting the killing of hookers. Like, obviously I don't support that in real life. This is called being a sane person who can differentiate between imaginary land and real life land.
Right.
Yeah, because it's pretend. There's fiction and then there's nonfiction.
Yeah, let me see here. Jacob says, I know Jeremy Griggs would be on the opening day line. Yep, that is correct. DJ says, all of them the same repeated phrases. What phrases? DJL says, seeing that this stream only has 3 views is so hilariously said. Give it time, DJ. It'll have more come tomorrow. Most people watch them after we go.
I'm gonna come tomorrow.
I'm gonna come.
Because YouTube subscribers just grow on trees.
Yeah.
Just ask Jacob.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Or ask Ant, who recently hit 100K. Like, totally legitimate there. Anyway.
Let that sink in.
As Elon Musk would say, let that sink in.
Yeah, just give it
so
that
they made
heavy
a
pause.
they made a totally bullshit statement of you are connected to genocide if you play zombie games, and then they're like, let that sink in. It's like, okay, but you didn't really support that at all. And then they're like, okay,
No.
moving on.
Fight, here we go. Next part. Fight the dead, fear the living, domestic and international politics and
What were we just
zombies.
talking about? You were just talking about this. Why is it a separate section now?
Jacob says, I could picture a horror ride where it shows the alternate universe where Kamala wins the election.
Hey, she would
Yeah,
make a
that's the
scary ass ghost. You just hear behind
Yeah.
you as you're rounding a corner. You're like, oh shit.
Right, so if zombies can represent all that, then what about the living? A common theme in a lot of zombie media is the position of government and state institutions and how they respond to the zombie crisis. Whether they survive and adapt, seen in the zombie entertainment shows and endless brutal military containments of Dead Rising, for example, or they successfully overcome the crisis, proving their heroism and goodness, like in World War Z, or they collapse under the weight of their incompetence or heightened repression, seen, of course, in The Walking Dead. This raises questions around one of the fundamental contradictions in modern American capitalism, epitomized in a fun little ideology called libertarianism.
What?
Wait, so is libertarianism now a bad thing?
Yes, because it should be all communism.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that Gandhi was a libertarian. So
yeah.
Well, Gandhi was a racist.
Yeah.
Why he was played by a British guy in the movie.
Yeah, and he wanted to nuke everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. If you go by civilization logic, yeah.
Yeah.
Gandhi wanted to kick everybody's ass.
Yeah.
Prediction is that we hate the government telling us what to do, but we want the government to tell other people what to do.
No, I have a feeling that's not what libertarianism is. So I don't know what that. Hang on, what even is the official definition? Libertarianism.
Basically, like small government in general is their
exactly.
A political philosophy that advocates only minimal state intervention in the free market and the private lives of citizens. So yeah, smaller government.
Yeah.
So if you really think about it, George Washington was a libertarian because he was all about limiting the authority of the president, even though like everyone around him kept saying, oh, you can be our king if you want. You can make it whatever you want. But George was like, no, if you give me all the power, we're just going to be the same thing as England. And we just fought a war to get rid of them.
Yeah. Jacob says there would be a merry-go-round ride with Trump in the garage truck. Yeah.
How do you like my garbage truck?
Is on its surface.
One of the restaurants would be a fucking McDonald's with a Trump impersonator at the window, like in his little apron, like.
Hell yeah, brother! I love McDonald's. Hell yeah, I'll do that.
Come to McDonald's. Our fries are very salty. They're very delicious.
Yeah.
Philosophy advocating for minimal state intervention in the free market and the private
What the
lives.
hell is this mesh shirt?
Remember what I
wearing?
I don't know. He's trying to be a male stripper.
Yeah, in Dead Rising, you can change the costumes and like wear whatever goofy shit you want, basically. Yeah.
Said about bare life earlier and how citizens.
Jesus, that enemy's a bullet sponge. This game's bullshit.
All the bosses in Dead Rising are that. You gotta use the fucking combo weapons to beat them, or you're screwed.
When we fall into like just criticizing the games they're showing,
yeah.
It's honestly the most fun part.
Because the commentary that this person's given is just so worthless that we have to like just find something else to pay attention to.
Yeah,
clearly it means this social allegory, and we just go, no, it doesn't. Anyway, this game sucks.
Yeah.
Libertarians are skeptical of state intervention.
Also, you spelled skeptical wrong. It's SKE, not SCE.
I will partially defend this person in that a lot of YouTube subtitles are like auto done and they mess up shit all the time.
These subtitles are done by hand. I can tell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so libertarians are skeptical of state intervention, apparently.
Yeah, you need a K there.
The state is inefficient and wastes people's hard-earned cash on social welfare.
What am I thinking? This is the person that had all those warnings at the start of their video. Clearly, they would not be so intolerant as to let the auto subtitle happen because they don't want to discriminate against fucking deaf people.
Yeah. Jacob says a ride where you're either an illegal or an ICE agent. Nah, Jacob,
That would
that's
be the
the
laser tag.
Yeah, I was about to say that, John. Yeah, that's the laser tag place.
And in the
Yeah.
background, it's playing Ice, Ice, Baby.
Baby. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, anyway.
Bums who leech on that welfare. If we let corporations do whatever they want to do, decreasing taxes, encouraging privatization, and reducing government oversight, that's good for the little guy. How could that possibly be good for the little guy, you ask? Well, because with free markets, the little guy clings to the dream of becoming the big guy himself.
Hell yeah,
if he just
brother.
works hard enough.
Hell yeah.
Meaning, the individual freedom that the libertarian believes in is economic freedom for corporations, underpinned by racist, disableist, and classist logic. So,
How?
a libertarian fundamentally is a kind of capitalist individualist. As Rich Templin and Jennifer Prophet put it, the individual
Fight the dead, fear the living, zombie apocalypse, libertarian paradise? What the hell?
I don't think libertarians
this-
want society to collapse. They just want it to be generally more hands off.
Yeah, they want government to be so small it collapses. Yeah.
Well, and I'm not like
universe.
a hardcore, like super libertarian, like an Eric July is more of a libertarian, like purist, I think.
Right.
Not Star Wars Marvel purist. But like, you know, there's varying degrees of it, and that's why they generally line up with right-wing people, is because it's like, yeah, overall I want smaller. I don't want like zero government like some of them do, but yeah.
Yeah, Jacob says a ride where you're inside the mind of a liberal. Oh God.
Mhm.
That would just be a haunted house.
Yeah, that'll be part of the haunted house. Yeah.
And the collective good is met not by any form of central government, but by the actions of individuals in furtherance of their own self-interests. The government can't be trusted because any sort of centralized support helping other people must be against my self-interest.
Only
That is
helping
to
other
say,
people,
I
huh?
assume that
Yeah.
So
only
the
have-
government has never done anything bad. Okay. Good to know,
whatever is
considering you had all these problems with the government's connections to Israel earlier.
Yeah.
given to others is being taken away from me. On a social level, libertarians advocate for personal freedoms to say and do whatever we want, unrestricted by pesky things like protections for workers or marginalized groups. In short, I'll call someone a slur
Personal
if I
freedom
download.
to be a dick.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, this person apparently thinks that everybody is assholes unless the government tells them not to. Seems to be their logic. So I
mean-
disagree with that.
I mean, everyone will be an asshole even if the government says otherwise.
Everyone will be
So.
selfish. I don't know if I count that as being an asshole though.
Anyway.
This reminds me of that
Please.
scene from Enemy at the Gates when he's about to fight the German sniper played by Ed Harris. And his friend is talking about how communism was meant to rid the world of envy, but ultimately human beings will always be envious. They'll always be people rich in gifts, rich in love.
Yep, that's why it'll never work, because it counts on everybody being like perfect all the time and shit.
Which
Yeah,
I hate to break it to you, but human beings are inherently imperfect.
Yeah, sorry, lady. Jacob says no. Even better, a ride where it's one of those push-up rides, but it's the person who screams "No!" during Trump's first inauguration. Yeah.
Because that's my freedom of speech, and I'll shoot that in the head too. If
Oh, you couldn't even
Whoa.
swear on. Okay, so you're.
I think
willing
it
to
was a
say
racial slur. They were like, "I'll shoot that N-word in the head." I think is what they were
NY, yeah.
censoring.
So, oh my god.
Is this person like the kind of person that would watch a movie like One Battle After Another and just assume that that's what happens in real life all the time?
I think that,
guess.
like, libertarians, the only reason that they're libertarian is because they want to be super racist. Like, that's their main objective. It has nothing to do with like not wanting to pay a bunch of taxes they don't support and shit.
Apparently.
Like,
This
I'm
episode of
not
my
even super hardcore libertarian, but I can like at least identify what they want better than this person who's just like, wow, they don't want huge government. They must just want to be racist as much as they want. Oh my god.
Yeah, fucking Christ, bro.
These beliefs lead to an awful lot of contradictions and have very worrying material consequences. For example, libertarians might be highly critical of the government, but they support highly authoritarian state policies, which, of course, require state interventions. Part of this is due to a conflation between private property and personal property, meaning a libertarian might tell me that because I'm a dirty commie bitch, I want to take your house away, because communists don't believe in private property.
That scene she just played from The Last of Us, where the guy like runs away and gets shot. What does any of that have to do with private property rights or whatever?
Because the government can just shoot whoever they want to in that series. It's crazy, man.
But the whole point of that scene was to show that that's the lengths that people are going to, or the government is willing to go to prevent people from spreading the infection around. So it's almost like a pragmatic solution, and it's not like the game portrays that as a good thing. It's just that's their way of trying to survive.
But it's the libertarians who would cause this government takeover, man, because they like all the bad stuff about government.
Yeah, man. Anyways, Jacob says Roka would have a heart attack if Trump land is a thing. Oh, yes, he would.
But your house isn't private property, it's personal property. And my dirty commie ass actually thinks that everyone should get one of those.
Well, at least she admits she's a communist, so there's that at least.
Even this asshole who's calling me a dirty commie bitch. Private property is what's owned by private corporations rather than the state, which is public property.
So private is also owned by an individual, whoever's the head of the business or whatever. But personal, they're trying to differentiate now. Personal is by the individual. So, like, if you run any sort of business, you are dehumanized to this person. That's basically their philosophy.
Oh, that's so.
As soon as you're the boss of anybody, you're just not a human anymore, and you don't have personal property. You have private property.
Christ, bro.
Commons. Of course, private property is sort of what capitalism is all about. So libertarianism might seem contradictory to authoritarianism, but in practice, as a series of state practices, it manifests in huge support for authoritarianism. Because of the conflation between the personal and the private, and the stubborn hope that little guys can become big guys if they pull themselves up by their bootstraps, libertarianism's belief in the inalienable right to private property, which should be defended at any cost, has the material result of strengthening the government's political, financial, and military support of private corporations, strengthening militarization within society, and perpetuating authoritarian control of opposition to private bodies and the institutions that support them. Hence the contradiction at the undead heart of libertarianism. For you to do whatever you want, no one else can do whatever they want, which means that your individual freedom must be infringing on someone else's individual freedom.
What?
So if everybody is free in this way, then no one is free.
That scene when you have to like convince Kenny to shoot his son when he gets bitten by a zombie. Oof. Man, there was so much emotion behind that. I'm glad that this person is really delving deep into the meaning of that scene.
Yeah.
I think they've showed every zombie game more than Telltale's The Walking Dead, as they try to talk about Telltale's The Walking Dead.
Yeah. Jacob says the food would be Trump themed. A burger would be called a MAGA burger. All the food would be cooked in beef tallow.
Oh yeah, that's one of the health initiatives that like RFK is doing. He got what's a case? Oh God, what restaurant was it? Like Shake and Bake or something? Shake Shack. To change their shit to like beef taro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like having radical individual freedom under free capitalist markets is actually a bit of a logical fallacy, huh? Rich Templin and Jennifer Prophet write of libertarianism in the zombie apocalypse genre. The greatest threat is not the flesh-eating living dead, but both other survivors no longer constrained by any institutions of liberal democracy, and the lack of essential services provided by the same. Working towards the collective good is overshadowed by the need to defend and maintain self-interests.
So they assume
that collectivism
that because you don't want some, disability coverage or whatever, you don't want some like welfare program, that you just think like all authorities should be disbanded. That's not exactly the same thing. Like wanting bare minimum government doesn't mean that you just like want none of the essential shit being there. this person seems to assume that like, oh, you can't have, disability coverage revoked while also wanting to still have a military. It's like, yes, I can. Like, what the fuck? It's called
Fucking-
choosing the most essential components of government and trying to keep it up.
Yeah. Jacob says no red 40 or high corn syrup. Yeah, pretty much.
Is necessary to survive the apocalypse. The state institutions that people took for granted, healthcare, public transportation, sanitation,
The military.
communications, and so on,
The
are all
military.
gone. And it turns out we miss them. There's something here about how the loss of undervalued, invisibilized labor in our society becomes starkly felt in these zombie apocalypse scenarios. Though sadly, this doesn't lead a lot of us who watch zombie media to be radicalized to support, say, cleaners, bus drivers, or receptionists in labor disputes. Now,
Or
with the
police
collapse of
officers.
these institutions,
Yeah.
everyone's
You're
looking
being
out for
very
themselves.
exclusive in who you're mentioning here for these programs. It's very odd. You don't seem to mention any authority figures or law keepers. Just noticing a strange pattern here.
Very interesting.
Under the assumption that everybody else's self-interest conflicts with their own self-interest. So we all kill each other and steal from each other until nobody's left. Humans are almost always a bigger threat to the protagonists than the zombies, because zombies won't steal your food or your house. This capitalist libertarian individualism is naturalized, meaning it's made to appear natural.
What does
We
any
hear
of
it's
this
our
have-
human nature. We get these misanthropic cycles of violence narratives about how all this violence is inevitable because humans are all fundamentally bad and selfish. Capitalist individualism is naturalized as the human survival instinct, which leads us into a eugenicist pit called social Darwinism.
Oh,
the idea that some humans
God.
are just better than others,
It's
more
not the
fit to
same
survive,
thing.
and therefore more deserving.
Some
The
humans
zombie
are better than
apocalypse
others,
genre is
absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, lady, but some people are just better at shit than others. Yeah.
Eugenics is something that's forced upon by people. Natural selection, which is pretty much what she's talking about. That's just nature taking its course. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And also, a big reason why you see in a lot of zombie stories like The Walking Dead, when the other humans eventually become the villains, is because they're trying to show that when push comes to shove and a zombie apocalypse comes around to take away like the environment we're used to in our day-to-day lives, some people will handle it worse than others, and it's up to the heroes we follow who oppose those villains to rise above that, showing that I'm sorry, but there are in fact some people who are better than others because they can handle the pressure of an apocalypse better.
Well, there's just some people and some cultures and everything that are better than others. Like this whole like trying to obfuscate, that's just trying to escape any responsibility for your own actions and trying to just equate everything that's not equal. Like, I'm sorry, your actions determine who you are. So if you take a bunch of shitty actions, guess what? You're not as good of a person. It doesn't have anything to do with your race or anything. It's got to do with your actions. And at that point, it's not being any sort of bias. It's just being a fair judge of your character. Like, I'm sorry, you can't just like be a piece of shit your whole life and be judged the same as a person who's virtuous the whole life.
And that's why we follow characters like Joel and Ellie, because even though they might be occasionally forced to do something horrible for the sake of survival, at least they're not cannibals like David.
Yeah. Oh no, David's just a bad Christian man.
Yeah.
That's what makes him bad.
That was such a dumb addition to the show.
Oh.
Jacob says, also, speaking of creating their own thing, you heard Chris Gore might make his own Comic-Con? No, Jacob, I didn't hear about that.
Oh yeah, because he got kicked out of the LA one a few times.
Anyway.
Full of people talking about who is or isn't strong enough to survive. The Last of Us is a particularly misanthropic, nihilistic, severely racist example. But I
What? Imagine saying that a game made by Neil Druckmann is racist.
Neil Druckmann probably watched this and was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry."
Yeah,
probably
had the same reaction to this that he did to all those Anita Sarkeesian videos, where he's like, "I gotta be better." And also,
I
like,
gotta be that. I gotta step up. Yeah, pretty much.
He just
Also-
wants Anthony Mackie there to point at him his entire life.
Also, like,
Yeah.
how is the Last of Us 1 nihilistic? That game has a much more optimistic ending than it's given credit for. It's The Last of Us 2 that's the nihilistic one.
No, man, they don't make the cure. It should have been. You could have killed Ellie. That would have been the optimistic ending.
Yeah. Jacob says he just make his own panel about extra good. Yeah.
Yeah, I always joke with Jacob in my chat about how like Chris Gore is always perving out on X-Ray Girl whenever they're on stream together, but trying to be subtle about it.
Yeah. And Jacob says Neil Cuckman. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
Video if you want that drama.
Justice! Like, ooh, yeah, this looks like a really good video here.
Social
Too bad,
determinism has
Justice!
provided a pseudo-scientific
too bad
justification
Abby
for
never gets
systematic.
justice.
Yeah.
Too bad Abby never has to face justice for what she did to Joel.
Yeah.
Racism, disableism, imperialism, and eugenics over the last century and a half.
Oh my
but
God.
also, it's just incorrect. Historically, human survival has always been contingent on the forming of collectives that started off by hunting together and protecting each other. Because on our own,
Oh
humans
my God,
are really not
I
very
made the
strong.
joke earlier about how she's gonna call all hunter-gatherers communists, and she's actually doing it.
Yeah.
That's not communism. That's just people working together to survive.
Nope. Communism.
Any
Chris.
community is a communism structure, clearly, except that's retarded. But yeah, you know.
Jacob says Seth did nothing wrong. I don't remember who Seth is.
Seth is the guy who made the bigot sandwiches in Last of Us 2.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He called her a dyke in the beginning, and then he made some really good steak sandwiches. And Ellie, being the irrational, dumb bitch that she is in Last of Us 2, is like, I'm not taking these. Wow.
Imagine if Seth like came along with Ellie to Seattle on the revenge quest, and like they slowly build up a friendship. And like near the end of the game, he hands her a bigot sandwich, and she's like, "Aw, thank you for that."
She's like, you know what? This is actually really good.
This is delicious. I don't know why I didn't want to eat it earlier.
It's better than an Arby's big beef and cheddar. He's like,
Yeah.
how the fuck do you know what that is?
It's something called character development. We could have had that.
Yeah.
Uh,
God, wasted potential.
any
that whole game.
right of Last of Us 2, and I've had my own involving Joel being the one who's journeying with her, but any of those are better than the game that we got.
Yeah, when's the Fat Geralt spinoff? I'm waiting for that.
Yeah. We got Fly saying, "What's the topic about
This
Fly
video?
A fuck ton that you missed, so feel free to watch it in the replay. It's so stupid."
Basically, zombies are political, which means that this dumb bitch in the video that we're a half hour into her 3.5 hour video is trying to make zombies about everything on Earth, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about communism, capitalism, libertarianism, sexism, racism, all the isms.
All the isms.
Autisms.
And we got Jacob saying Seth is the father to Dina's baby. He made her scream bird noises. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
She's like,
They're inherently social creatures and rely upon each other for survival. It's capitalism that has infected us with this individualist libertarian ideology.
Capitalism doesn't mean individualism.
How is individualism a bad thing?
Yeah.
Oh, this lady thinks like capitalism means you just like fuck over everybody around you. Like if you believe in capitalism, you just view everybody as dollar signs and you just want to fuck them all over.
Yeah.
You can't be a nice, like generous Hey, here's a newsflash for you, toots. Capitalists give to charities more than any fucking communist ever has. So apparently they're more empathetic or sympathetic or whatever word you want to use than any of the people who believe in what you believe. So fuck off.
Fuck you, bitch. And then we got Jake, and then we got Fly saying, "So what about The Last of Us 2? Oh, no, it's not really about Last of Us 2. It's more so about Telltale, which we still haven't fucking gotten to yet.
Yeah.
Here at the heart of many zombie stories needs to be viewed as politically specific, not at all universal or natural. In these new worlds, the institutions of capitalism have collapsed,
Oh my
but
God.
our minds remain colonized by them. We carry capitalism's ideology and its legacy with us, and this is what leads so many communities to fail. Look, I know this might sound kind of crazy, but
You don't say. This might sound
This
kind of
lady-
crazy. You don't say.
our
Did
collective
this lady
interest
just say
in
that
using
like we have to stop making stories with universal themes?
I don't know.
Because
Maybe. I don't.
like that is like so beyond stupid and kind of a mask off moment of like we're not here to make stories for everyone. We're here to make stories for specific people, which I mean that's very anti-communist of you.
Yeah.
lines up with our individual interest, even if it doesn't look that way at first. Like, universal healthcare, housing, or basic income doesn't take anything away from you. It makes sure your basic needs are secured,
What
while
is this
without
turn into
them,
an
you could become
advertise for
unhoused,
universal
or you could
healthcare all of a
starve at the
sudden?
drop of
And
one too
universal
many
basic
medical bills.
income. So no matter how hard you work, you get the same allowance as everybody else.
Yeah.
But another important aspect of this is how capitalism manufactures our reliance on its institutions. We're alienated from the means of production of our basic necessities.
Oh boy,
food,
seize the means
water,
of production.
sanitation, housing, and without the state
Oh my
structures that we
God.
depend on, in zombie apocalypse scenarios, we find ourselves without the necessary skills. People find
You hear the
themselves
fucking
scavenging.
contradiction just there? It was like capitalism makes us dependent on the institutions, but also we have to be reliant on the things that the state provides. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Do you want us to be reliant on the state or not? Because it seems to depend on your ideology right now. Like
Yeah.
either the state
much.
should coddle us more, but also it's bad to rely on the state.
Right. Jacob says Seth should have his own spin-off show. That he should, Jacob.
The Walking
Flies-
or The Last of Us, a Seth story.
Fly says, well, either goodbye, have a great day, but most importantly, stay healthy. Well, thank you, Fly. And did you guys train today? Hell yeah, brother. Got my exercise in today just before the stream. Anyway.
For finite canned food, because under capitalism, the vast majority of us don't know a thing about growing our own food. We always buy it at the supermarket and never think about how it got there. Clean water comes out of our taps at a whim. We don't know how to clean it ourselves or how to build sewage, irrigation, water systems.
Your system sounds like shit. If I have to like make every like convenient system of modern day is now like something I have to do individually, that's going to take up my entire fucking day. I can't enjoy myself at all. I have to go around like filtering. You're basically arguing for a post-apocalyptic world without it being forced upon us by zombies or anything. You dumb bitch.
Also, if you have such a problem with people not knowing how to grow food, maybe like learn how to grow food, you know?
Yeah, you can live like you want right now. You don't need
to
to
live off the grid, lady.
Yeah, you don't need capitalism to collapse. Like, yeah, you can grow your own food, filter your own water, do all that shit.
Just go out into the woods right here, build yourself a house, make yourself a little farm area, like find a fucking river and stream to get water from, and just live that way, lady. Just let us have our capitalism in peace.
Yeah, and under capitalism here in America, you're allowed to do that. God bless America.
Mm-hmm.
And the home of the brave. Anyways, Jacob says, how's your day?
We're not going to get sidetracked into that, Jacob.
We scramble for shelter, unsure how to repurpose materials to build our own. Under capitalism, if we wanted to learn these skills, the policy landscape is intentionally designed to make it difficult. So
there's no
corporations
policy
can build
preventing you
profit.
from doing that, by the way. Like, there's absolutely nothing preventing you from doing that, except for COVID lockdowns, which did prevent you from getting even seeds and shit in Michigan, where Gretchen Whitmer was like, no!
Yeah, pretty much.
It's by our manufactured dependence.
Nothing's stopping you. Like, you can find a way. Like, I currently work at Amazon.
You know the way.
And at Amazon, they pay for my tuition, so I get all my college for free.
Yay! Anyway.
Private ownership of land and other land policies, for example, make it incredibly difficult to cultivate land to grow and build on. A super interesting illustration of how business logic organizes our approach to the zombie apocalypse genre can be found in the game Death Road. By bucking the military shooter trend and taking the form of a resource management sim where you manage time, assets, people, and morale.
Well, yeah, no shit it Buck said it's all about resource management. It's a fucking parody of the Oregon Trail games, you dumbass.
I was just gonna say it looks
What does all things about like item management have to do with a game that has no item management? It's just a game about choices.
I don't know. Jacob says John pulling a Disney. How? I don't get it.
How?
And Jacob says Gretchen Bitchmer. Oh, jeez.
Death Road, as Kaylin Smith writes, explores how the zombie apocalypse.
Hang on. Death Road to Capitalism, business ontology of the zombie apocalypse, and Death Road to Canada. Where the hell are they getting all these people making these worthless fucking essays?
Game genre may appear chaotic, but is in fact efficiently ordered by neoliberal rationality. The chaos of the zombie game is more akin to the neoliberal fantasy of the unregulated free market, no longer restricted by the state. Why do the characters in this genre always describe what's happening as the end of the world? It's giving capitalist...
Because it's literally the end of the world where they live?
Like the end of the world that they knew. Like it's the end of every fucking system that they knew and all that sort of shit.
And a majority of the human population is like dead at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might as well be the end of the world.
The idea that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Libertarianism is certainly present within the Walking Dead comics and TV series.
Is it really? Because I think it's gone along with all the other like political ideologies.
Where the police, primarily through the character of Rick Grimes, are valorized.
Oh,
Private
here we
property
go.
has ceased to exist with the
He's
collapse
not even a
of
police
capitalist
officer anymore in
institutions.
the show, though. Like he's
Yeah.
just another survivor. He loses his profession in episode 1.
Yeah,
And his
Rick-
valor has nothing to do with the fact that he's a police officer. His valor comes from the fact that he will willingly sacrifice himself to protect his family and his friends. That has nothing to, like, sure, maybe like those values were instilled by him by his work as a police officer because his job is to be a servant to society, but that's also a very human thing to want to protect the ones you love.
Yeah. Even when they're fucking annoying, like Lori, yeah.
But people's ideological investment in capitalism has not. Characters like Rick and his frenemy Shane Walsh exemplify the belief that a man's family, his property, if you will, should be protected at any cost.
Having
family
a kid
is property. Like, thank God this person will never reproduce.
Oh my God.
Oh my God almighty.
You think your wife is your property.
Even to the detriment of others. Herschel
My
Green is
responsibility and
introduced
my
as a character
property are two different things.
Yeah.
who values his property, his farm, above all, and is ready to kick the many others made houseless by the zombie apocalypse.
Also
off
his daughters.
land, because it is his land, and nothing is more important than that. And
his land, okay, settler. I mean, it literally is. He literally inherited it from his father.
Also, this bitch just got done saying that like people need to start learning how to grow food and own their own land, and now she's saying that a person who did establish his own land and build his own farm is now like she's criticizing him for kicking people out when no. And the reason why he's potentially kicking them off his land is because he doesn't know if he can trust them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she was all about what was it? Private property versus personal property. Well, this is his personal property. I know you'd like to put a different label on it because he's probably a capitalist or whatever, but it's not a corporation owning it. It's his personal property. So he should be able to do what he wants on it.
Also, the very first time that Rick and the group stepped on Herschel's farm, Herschel let them in because Carl got shot. And because Herschel's a doctor, he sort of felt like it was his duty to help Carl. So the very first thing he did was a nice person. He invited them in.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Also, for the record, I don't know if she's more familiar with the comic continuity or the show continuity. I assume the show, because this game right here is heavily based off the show. But anyway.
More important than that. And Herschel isn't exactly portrayed as a villain in the show or comics, but an anti-hero at worst, noble savior at best. Perhaps less so in the Telltale game, where he really does just come across as a suspicious, racist prick.
Okay, now we're finally getting into the fucking game here, about fucking time. So, no, how is Herschel a racist prick in the damn game exactly? Because the only reason Herschel is suspicious of Lee is because his son Sean comes home and he's like, "Hey, who are these two you have right here?" Oh, these are depending on what Lee told Sean earlier. It's like, oh, this is just XYZ. This is Lee and whatever that's Clementine. And Herschel's like, do you know this man, honey? And it's like he's just questioning his story because, like Chris said, he doesn't know if he can trust him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like this guy shows up at my farm. He has a busted leg, and he shows up with a girl who is not his daughter. Like something's off about him. I better make sure his story is clear. This has nothing to do with his race. And also, a little side note: the reason why like they portrayed Herschel specifically in the show as a more like a heroic figure is because that role in the comics was given to the character of Dale, but because he got killed off early in the show, they essentially just gave his role to Herschel.
Yeah. I know. I do know that the Walking Dead show did like a fuck ton of like alterations to characters' fates. I know that for fact.
Yeah, Andrea is completely different between the comics and the show.
Yeah, the Andrea makes it like really, really far into the comic, doesn't she?
Yeah, and she isn't annoying as much in the comic.
Yeah, I heard she even becomes Rick's love interest after Lori dies. Yeah. Anyway.
But we'll talk about that later. So, zombies.
How about you talk about it now? Because this whole video is supposed to be about Telltale's Walking Dead, and this is the first time you've actually brought it up in like 38 fucking minutes.
Now it's time for another 10-minute meandering detour where I talk about nothing.
I'm going to talk about The Last of Us now.
State and the global capitalist order. This is so much the case that international politics professor Daniel Dresner infamously wrote a book called Theories of International
Politics. That nobody knows about. They said this and this and blah 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 blah. This
is just like whenever you say a show sucks and somebody lists like some obscure award. They're like, Coy Jandro did this whenever I was bringing up how that Supergirl comic sucked that they're basing the new movie off of. And he's like, oh, it won the Peabody Award and it won this, and this. And I'm just like, yeah, what did it sell? It's just like, oh, fucking block. It's like, oh, it sounds like it's just a circle jerk of like 20 people giving each other awards and nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
And what this person's doing, this is something that Just Right does a lot. The same Just Right who said that everyone who died after the first Last of Us is Joel's fault. Something he likes to do is he loves to point out like books and quote books, which it's not because he's trying to support his point. It's because he wants to go, look, guys, I read a lot of books.
He gotta flex his nerd cred, yeah.
Yeah, and
he's also the guy who's... He's all said, it's okay if The Last Jedi used those retarded bombers, because not everyone knows what a Y-Wing is.
Did you see the episode of EFAP where they were covering that video?
Yeah,
and
Wolf lost his mind. Yeah.
And it's totally understandable, because what a pathetic defense that is. Oh, because when people think of the Rebel Alliance, they think of X-Wings and Y-Wings. That's how
what came out. You know what makes that even funnier is what came out a year before The Last Jedi, which is Rogue One, which had Y-Wings heavily featured bombing.
Yeah, and in Rise of Skywalker, there are Y-Wings.
Yeah. It's like weird. Everybody weird. Everybody's weird. No problems.
Yeah, no problem here. Anyway,
zombies, in which he theorizes is what different foreign policy responses to a zombie apocalypse would be. Jason Morissette writes that woven throughout Dresner's analysis
Zombie London, unexceptionalities of the New World Order. Oh, jeez.
is the underlying fictional assumption that zombies, as depicted in works of popular culture, constitute an existential threat to the state, creating a security environment in which war with the undead is virtually inevitable. That is, Dresner's work presents the state
If there's
as the
a zombie
object
apocalypse, then yes, you will go to war with the zombies. That part is inevitable.
Be secured from zombies at any cost. It's not concerned with human security or about humanizing and assisting the infected or the security of any other kind of life. The crisis isn't, for example, presented as a medical or humanitarian or political crisis. The securitization of something is the process of framing it as a threat to security, even an existential threat to the state.
The reason why that is because most likely in whatever story is being told, they already tried to find a cure to the infection and it didn't work. And now things have gotten way too out of hand. So the only way they can survive is to fight the zombies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like in the very first season of The Walking Dead, they go to the CDC and the guy says, sorry, there's no cure. There's nothing we can do.
Best I can do is $20. He's like that guy in a pawn store.
Yeah.
It's like best I can do is a shower.
Being framed as a security issue rather than, say, a medical, public health, humanitarian.
It's all of those things. It's all of those things. Like it's collapsing everything. It's very medical because it is an infection. It's it's a security issue because they will eat you. Like. God damn, you are manufacturing shit where there's just nothing. You're going to the desert and trying to farm cabbages or something.
Yeah.
Can this lady just go ahead and just start talking about the cannibals that they fight in episode 2?
Oh yeah, the St. John family, yeah.
Sit your ass down, Lee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It'll be a good one. Yeah. I thought I saw y'all coming around with guests. Yeah.
Where's the zombie crisis, of which
other than that, they were lovely people.
They were very lovely people, up until they, cut Mark's legs off. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? They got Larry dead, so that was a plus.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't really them who got Larry dead. It was more so Larry himself because he couldn't keep his heart under control. So, I mean, we could say like they indirectly helped with that.
Yeah, they caused the situation that resulted in him having a heart attack. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic/horrible example is linked to the zombification we talked about earlier. In other words, an issue being securitized goes hand in hand with the zombification of certain groups and justifies perpetual wars. Like the war on drugs or the war on terror.
Lady, I highly doubt that the people want to fight the zombies forever. I guarantee you that if they could just hit a button and that button instantly kills every zombie on the planet, they would 100% press it.
Yeah, and the war on and both drugs and terrorism are also bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could stop fighting those wars and then those things will get everywhere. So it sucks that you have to sink money into this shit, but it's also what's the alternative? If you stop sinking money into it, then they're going to still sink money into it. It's more that there's an opposing force. The zombies are not an opposing force. They're just mindless. So they're not going to invest into continuing the war.
Didn't Ra's al Ghul say in Batman Begins that criminals thrive on the indulgence of society? Yeah, they just expect us to do nothing. That's how they win.
Yeah, pretty much. Appeasement. I'll appease to this woman's mind. It's like, hey, Neville Chamberlain tried what you're talking about. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Wait. The war on zombies justifies oppressive, violent state measures, leading to a lot of the catastrophe we see in zombie fiction. just as the perpetual war on drugs and terrorism is justification for the mass incarceration, forced labor, and genocide of Black, Muslim, and other communities. What's particularly
There's no genocide on the fucking Black community. Shut up.
Lady, the people that we're incarcerating are in fact selling illegal drugs and committing terrorism.
Yes.
Oh, this
They
is like
kind of have to
saying
be locked up.
this is like saying there's like a genocide on drug dealers because you enforce drug dealing laws. It's like
This kind of mentality is the reason why in the UK actual murderers and rapists are getting let out of prison. Meanwhile, people who call each other Muppets are getting locked up.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
interesting about the zombie apocalypse genre in this regard is the reversal of power dynamics that occurs. When I was streaming Telltale's The Walking Dead,
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh!
Stacey.
Uh,
I'm a they, but I'm also a she. Get my pronouns right.
This is worse than I could have imagined. You have
This
a
is-
somewhat normal sounding voice, and yet you have a dirty Sanchez mustache. Holy shit.
yeah, God, you look even worse than your fucking avatar drawing. Yeah,
That has to be a wig, right?
I don't even know, man.
That looks like a bad wig. It's
what
like
fucking flag is that? I can't tell.
Also,
might be
what is
the
up with-
asexual flag. I don't know.
What is
Let me
up with
look
like the middle part of her hair? It looks like it's starting to recede.
Jesus Christ.
Like there's
It's the
there's like a giant black horseshoe on top of it.
yeah, it's the lesbian flag.
Mm.
Anyway, and we also got I don't know why, but there's a fucking Barbie doll right there. I don't fucking know why, but anyway.
I was actively comparing a lot of the stuff happening in the game to what people
Also, game assist for Gaza. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Come on.
are
Oh,
going through.
So she's just straight up admitting that what she supports, just like how Assam Piker will openly interview terrorists.
And also that means that she was just streaming this like pretty recently, since 2023. So you're just like a fake fan. You really are a grifter because you played the game and immediately were like, what social justice video can I make about this that has basically nothing to do with it?
It's just like all those cons we're seeing at Comic-Con about like a queer representation in sports.
Oof. Dude, I sat the worst. I was killing time between two other panels. And the Phoenix Fan Expo, which is the 4th largest Comic-Con in the nation. I was there. I was chilling. And I'm like, oh, I need to kill some time. Let me go to this women authors panel. It's right next to the one that I actually want to go to about Final Fantasy next time. So I sit in there. I kid you not, I could not stand more than 10 minutes of this shit. Their entire panel was just like the most basic retarded takes. They had like 3 different women authors, and they're just like, well, yeah, like everybody's so sexist. I couldn't write anything. And also, like, no bad guy should ever be bad. He should always just be totally sympathetic and everything. I'm like, oh God, you're doing every modern writing trope. Don't do it. And they're just like, oh yeah, like even Sauron, he's really a good guy. I'm like, you would have written Rings of
Not
Power.
anymore.
Fuck you.
Jacob's back. Jacob says, "What the fuck is that?" Indeed, Jacob. Jacob
What
says,
in the goddamn is that?
"Worse facial hair than Pedro Pascal." Yeah,
that is actually true. I never thought I'd say it.
and you won't be able to game in Gaza. Yeah, bro. What the hell?
Ooh, yeah, no internet connection.
No internet there.
right now in Gaza and across Palestine. And this is just it. The zombie apocalypse genre often stages these scenarios where things that really happen to people in the global south as a result of the global colonial capitalist order are now happening to us in the imperial core.
What?
Fred Botting points out in
What
his reading
zombie
28
apocalypse
weeks
is happening in
later
the global
that occupied and under reconstruction.
Also, like fucking global imperial core. What? Is this? Are we in fucking Star Wars now, where we have the inner core, the outer core, galactic core, mid rim, and all that now?
Yep, rim job. Anyways,
Jacob asks, were any of the women in that panel hot at least?
No.
No.
Well, the reason why the fact that they're not hot is the reason why they write the way they do.
Yeah, it was some old bint, and then as Az would say, and then and then it was like two that were just like total non-personalities. Like it was amazingly enlightening because they just had nothing interesting to say, nothing like it was just all bad modern writing tropes that they were promoting. I was just like, this is why Hollywood's fucked up. Holy shit, like you guys are the educators, apparently.
You're boring.
And Britain, it seems, is no different from any country in the world, no more privileged or more secure than, say, Iraq or Afghanistan. Turning an erstwhile global financial center into a refugee camp stages a
So you're
striking
saying that
reversal.
after a
the-
zombie apocalypse, Britain becomes as bad as Iraq? I would agree with that. That says a little something that it takes a zombie apocalypse to get to that state, but sure, go off.
Yeah.
Zombie struck fear into the hearts of white men, the fear of being subjected to the same fate as enslaved Haitians. So the modern zombie.
You could say this about any apocalypse at that point.
How
Like,
about the fear of getting fucking eaten by undead like fucking monsters? How about that? That seems like a pretty big fear going around in this world.
I don't think I'll respect them so much. I don't think they realize what the fuck they're saying here because, like, you're basically saying that every country in the global south is so shitty that it's a post-apocalyptic landscape to anybody living in a civilized society. Like, it's the equivalent of that. And so, like, wow, you're just calling them all post-apocalyptic shitholes.
Yeah.
Wow, show some empathy, she.
Yeah, and also there's like some good, there's like Australia and shit in the global south. Like I'm sure there's
I
some
hear
good countries in
Zimbabwe's doing pretty
Africa.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is a Christian genocide going on, which I don't think you give a shit about, but like twice as many people have died as in Gaza. And there's a shit ton of people that have died in Syria, which luckily the Israeli government has intervened in that a few times, but then you call them evil whenever they do that to save the Druids, which I know is really confusing naming because it sounds like Jews, but it's completely different. It's a group of Muslims that the Syrian government is oppressing. So yeah.
And also, lady, I just want to point out that unlike in places like Afghanistan and Iraq, here in the United States, you're allowed to be a they them. We're not gonna be the ones who throw you off the buildings because we're actually very open.
Yeah, and we're not going to shoot you in the neck for disagreeing with our ideology. I may disagree, like even like I'll go, oh, that's stupid that you say that, but I'm not going to be so violent as some people are whenever I disagree with your ideology.
Because when people like this spew this kind of bullshit, I just say like they're a stupid person, but they are stupid, but they're still human beings.
Oh yeah.
We got Jacob saying, "How bad did the panel smell?"
I sat in the back, so it didn't smell great, didn't smell bad. I got out of there pretty quick. I went to my Final Fantasy panel, which was somewhat disappointing. They were just showing a lot of trailers for shit that had already come out because it was right after Final Fantasy 16's DLC. I was like, well, I already played that, but made a few at least. At least I got to make a few comments about that.
Anyway,
zombie strikes fear into the hearts of those of us that live comfortable lives in the global north and ignore the suffering caused in the rest of the world in order to secure that comfort.
It's like you could say the global north, or you could just say like descending into a barbaric society in general. Like, yeah, it would be pretty uncomfortable for all the shit to collapse around us.
And also, true. Like, honey, people like me, we're not denying that there are bad things going on in the world, but also like I don't know, like if I'm fully aware that there are bad things going on in the world, and that's the reason why I'm so grateful for the life that I have, and I would like to bet that this person has never been outside the States, but I have. I've been to Mexico. I've seen the shanty towns. I know what people are going through down there, and it's horrible. I wish I could do something to help, but Rome wasn't built in a day, so you gotta take these things slowly. And again, what does this have to do with The Walking Dead? Please tell me.
I
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah, like we're just countering what she brings up, but also we should continually bring up that this has little to nothing to do with The Walking Dead.
Right.
As evidenced by
our
the fact that
side.
she rarely shows the Walking Dead game and keeps showing Last of Us and other games.
The libertarian fantasy of the zombie apocalypse genre is embodied not only by the disappearance of the state, but the becoming of the state.
That's not
As
what
players, we
libertarians
either
want.
serve this.
No.
No, that's what authoritarians want.
Mm-hmm.
Or just anarchists, I suppose.
And the people who do that in these kinds of stories, they're always the bad guys. The
Mhm.
governor, Negan, Carver, guys like that. You're not supposed to like root for them.
And I do have to say, Rick was somewhat problematic whenever he said, "What's up, my Negan?" You know?
This isn't a democracy anymore.
It's a Ricktatorship.
The state as actual military personnel, or if the state has collapsed, the individual becomes the state, exercising the violent militaristic right to protect itself. In
What's
the
wrong
Walking
with
Dead
that?
TV show and comics,
I don't fucking know, man.
You should
This
be able
is
to protect
sacred.
yourself from brain-eating zombies. That's not controversial.
Thank God for the Second Amendment.
Hell yeah, brother.
collapse of the old to the changing regimes of the new communities formed. First, the heightening through military responses to the outbreak, then the failure of state institutions, followed by people forming small groups, engaging in smaller scales of violence as they scavenge and survive. Finally, they begin to form larger communities, resulting in a heightened need for walls, militarization, and security, not only against zombies, but against other human beings who seek only to steal from.
Yeah, walls
and
work
exploit each
sometimes.
other.
What can I say?
Yeah, and the reason why we do that is because before we can form these kinds of relationships, we got to build trust. And you don't know if you can trust people, especially in a situation like this where food is scarce. We've lost a lot of like our like first world problems that we deal with on a daily basis. Now we're like resorted to basic instincts, and at any moment another person can just come up and steal your shit and kill you, and you need to take steps to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Here we go, guys. Capcom's got something to say. The limitations of critiquing popular zombie games. So apparently we're just gonna devote an entire section to fucking Dead Rising in a fucking video. It's supposed to be about the fucking Telltale's The Walking Dead. Okay.
I can't wait for her to talk about the QuickTime events in Resident Evil 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 2, yeah.
Now, of course, all this
Well,
means that
the
zombie
remake,
media
yeah.
can reflect and perpetuate, yes, but also challenge classism, disableism, and racism. In particular, a couple of well-known zombie game franchises have partly garnered a reputation for their more critical political perspective. A more socially conscious zombie trope can be found in the trend of the big bad pharmaceutical company that caused the virus, a trope most notoriously delivered in Capcom's Resident Evil. In Resident Evil,
So here's
the
a
big
funny
bad...
bit. Even my most uber liberal friend, who is unfortunately Palestinian, went crazy whenever that conflict started. But even she said, you know, it really is creepy, these Pfizer commercials. It's like that company in the Resident Evil games. And I was like, yeah, you know what? You're actually right. It does. It is pretty creepy and reminds me of Umbrella, because if you guys remember, like 2022, 2023, Pfizer kept advertising like, we're here to keep you safe. And there were all those fucking commercials in the Resident Evil games of Umbrella Corporation, like, oh, we're here to help you.
Yeah.
Also, did you guys ever play the campaign for Call of Duty Advanced Warfare?
No.
No, I didn't play that one.
A big part of that story is Atlas Corporation, the main villains of the game. Their big plan is to release a chemical weapon called Manticore. But before they can do that, they stage the whole like nuclear power plant meltdown, which gets a lot of people killed. But they also roll in and say, "Hey guys, take the vaccine to get yourselves immune from the nuclear radiation." And it's later revealed that what they were injected with was a strand of DNA that makes them immune to Manticore. So if anything, they used that vaccine in the campaign as a way of controlling people to say, hey, if you're loyal to us, you won't get killed by our chemical weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a DNA bomb.
Umbrella Corporation, a multinational pharmaceutical company secretly involved in the development
Like
of biological
Pfizer,
weapons
say it.
to sell to the US
Yeah.
military, but also to fund its eugenicist aims. The creation
I've never understood why people say Umbrella's eugenicist, because it really isn't. It's just evil for the sake of being evil.
Now, T-virus affects everybody pretty much equally, whether you are super hot and have great genes or whether you're like have moles all over yourself, whatever. Like it's not eugenics, it's not selective breeding. It's just makes everybody a zombie if they're a fucking living, breathing human.
Also heard people call Wesker white supremacist. It's like, how?
Because he's white.
By that logic, is Fauci a white supremacist?
Yes. I mean, no. Wait. Shut up.
Jacob says Trump should deport this thing. Yes.
I watched a YouTube video. Backseat Boys are great Americans, and they made some great points. And I'm going to get rid of Jessie Gender. I call her Jessie Genderless. She's total freak. And Son Piker, he's a very bad terrorist. And he said, kill Rick Scott. I don't like that too much. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Of superhumans and the genocide of lesser humans. But Resident Evil has a strong strain of propaganda which undercuts this political narrative.
Resident Evil 5
the
was
Big Bad Pharmaceutical
racist.
Company is not necessarily understood as part of a medical industrial complex, where in medicine,
two white guys shooting each other. Clear racism.
Yeah.
White savior.
Yeah.
So the privatized profit-driven medicine is protected by state institutions like the government, military, and police. As if it were, you might not spend the majority of Resident Evil games playing nervous rookie or seasoned badass cops and anti-terrorist agents, rendered as
STARS is like a separate entity from cops, first of all. Second of all, like, yeah, Leon's a cop in the first game. I don't think he even calls himself a cop in the fourth game or the sixth game.
Because he stopped being a cop by that point, yeah.
Yeah, so he's like a cop for one game out of 3 that he's appeared in. There's like agencies, but they're literally like agencies developed for dealing with biohazards. So I guess if you're like against the UN or some shit, which is totally valid, but you would be against that. Yeah, I don't think this is the point you think it is, lady.
No, it really ain't. No.
Noble and heroic in the face of corrupt but redeemable organizations.
How is
Dead
Umbrella
Rising,
redeemable?
Capcom's other notable zombie.
What was that, Chris?
How is Umbrella unredeemable? Like, they're very clearly the bad guys.
I don't fucking know, man.
Related IP was developed to be Resident Evil's polar opposite in many ways, but it similarly offers a striking political narrative amidst its generally fun, campy, and over-the-top
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, just to you, bro. Yeah.
tone. Neither Dead Rising nor Resident Evil really are zombie apocalypses, which is interesting. Here, capitalist individualist American society actually survives and adapts, and zombieism is a result of its most extreme ills. In contrast to the high-powered survivalist police officers of Resident Evil, in Dead Rising you tend to play as some average guy using odds and ends to fight zombies as well as you can. Thank God for the Second Amendment, right? In the first game,
Exactly.
journalist Frank West come to cover the story of mysterious mass violence occurring in a shopping mall in Willamette, Colorado. The main villain appears to be Carlito, a racialized man from the Latin American town.
A racialized man. He's literally Latino. What the fuck does racialized even mean?
If he was white, you would say it was problematic because it's all, white people or whatever. But if they make anybody who plays any fucking role in the game, any other thing, you're like, it's a racialized man. It's like, what do you want? Like, you're just going to complain either way.
Just call him Latino or Hispanic or whatever. I mean, fuck's sake, man.
I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool.
Yeah.
He's got a butt chin. Insult him for that.
Yeah.
Santa Cabeza, which was decimated by a zombie virus as a result of American government-funded research facilities working on mutations for cattle in the hopes of facilitating accelerated
Gee, I guess that
production.
government shouldn't be
Therefore,
so big where it's funding all these crazy experiments, huh?
Yeah. Hang on. Jacob says, finally, respect for the Second Amendment. Indeed. About time.
increasing profits. So factory farming is the big bad. When
It's an Asian stereotype. Censor it.
Also, I just gotta say, like, a lot of the points she's making could potentially be valid when it comes time to talk about the Crawford section, when they talk about how like they would leave out people who were sick or whatnot. But the problem is she's taking so long talking about everything else. I don't know what her point is other than just to spread a bunch of word salad. Like
That's some good word salad.
Like maybe talk about like the scene in the game that your video is a topic of, and then analyze what it means, as opposed to just saying everything else first.
escapes the labs.
People call Mahler like, oh, long man bad, and it's like this is the example of the shit where you could actually have a problem with that. Like, at least he stays on topic. He makes like 6-hour videos or whatever, but it's all like playing clips from the movie, staying at least in chronological order with the movie, like staying somewhat focused. And he'll go on tangents or whatever, but at least he stays like in order and keeps it all relevant to the subject at hand.
And he always starts with the like analyzing what actually happens in the story, and then he then goes into detail about what it means and if it works or not.
Yeah.
Because as someone who wrote a lot of essays in school, I was taught you got to have an introduction, you got to have your body, you got to have your supporting evidence to support your points, and then you get your conclusion. This lady clearly doesn't do that.
Oh my god, we're gonna finish this part right here because part 2 is finally when we get to the damn Walking Dead.
What the hell is that? Like part 2 and then parentheses, like, or no, I'm sorry.
And 2-1.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is such a weird section. Just call it part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like however many parts it ends up being. Don't do like the weird parentheses and then another one and then a dot in between. Like, that's so weird.
She thinks like she's writing a play of like, this is Act 2, Chapter 1.
Yeah. Jacob says Mahler also has tentacles, so we can handle multiple things at once. Yeah, pretty much.
You can handle exotic good. Those Asian girls like it.
Santa Cabeza, the US military are brought in to wipe out the town. The destruction of Santa Cabeza is covered up with a racist story about drug-related violence, and Carlito wants...
What does...
Are you associating drugs with a race?
Are you just assuming that all Mexicans are drug dealers? Because I have a bunch of friends who are like Latin Americans, and they are as clean-cut citizens as you can get.
They're straight edges, yeah.
Revenge. Honestly, who can blame him? Frank insists on characterizing Carlito.
I have this stereotype, therefore they were clearly making this stereotype. It's like, no, that's your problem.
Jesus, it's always this internalized racism that they then project onto us.
And then it's like, Frank characterizes Carlito as a terrorist. Like, yeah, Carlito is a fucking terrorist. He literally caused the Willamette outbreak. Yes.
This is the classic fucking fallacy. It's like, this particular Latino man was a terrorist. Therefore, Frank has a stereotype of thinking all Latinos are terrorists. Like, no, Frank didn't say all Latinos are terrorists. Frank said this one that did terrorist
not all
shit.
Latinos. Yeah.
It's like they do not represent their whole race. That's like saying Netanyahu represents all Jews or something. I'm sure you would have a problem with, lady.
As a terrorist, which makes me pretty concerned about his journalistic coverage of wars.
I've covered wars, you know.
Hey, you haven't earned the right to play that legendary line. Fuck you, lady.
I've covered wars, you know.
Trust us, we're Americans. What kind
while
of
Carlito is constantly painted with this racist trope of terrorist.
Oh my god, this racist trope of terrorist, man.
Is he a terrorist though?
I mean, he kind of is, considering he started the Willamette outbreak, basically.
Will Arnett.
Willamette, the town.
Yeah, I got you.
Except in death's so-called psychopath, well-meaning Homeland Security agents Brad and Jesse tragically perish when the American government sends the military in to wipe everyone out. Not just zombies, but people. Dead Rising's true ending takes an incredibly bleak note, and the Willamette outbreak leads to further outbreaks across the country. By the time of Dead Rising 2, American individualist capitalism has not only survived, but is thriving, having adapted to the zombie outbreaks.
Well, nitpick here, but she said it's not only survived, but it thrives. But if you look at the subtitles,
It says it's not only thriving, but thrived, yeah.
It's not only throbbing, but thrived.
Yeah. Jacob says, another racist liberal, indeed.
So sister Isabella develops a drug which can offset the effects of the zombie virus, which becomes trademarked and mass-produced by the pharmaceutical company Phenotrans under the name Zombrex.
Yeah, pretty much.
I played Dead Rising 2. I don't think I ever played the first one.
Yeah. Anyway.
Americans have become reliant on Zombrex, which has to be taken at least every 24 hours if they want to avoid turning. And when Phenotrans becomes concerned that people aren't buying as much Zombrex as they used to, they engineer further outbreaks to drive up profits. The final boss of the game, Sullivan, justifies the plot by saying that America's best are infected and need access to Zombrex, so the sacrifice is necessary.
I keep pointing out when people talk about The Last of Us 2 and like how selfish Joel was when he like didn't let them make a cure. I was thinking about this very point that she's making is you really think that the Fireflies are just going to equally distribute the cure to everyone once they manufacture it? No, like they're going to use it as like a bargaining chip, which is exactly what is happening in this scene.
The Fireflies, I've always said, are the biggest dumbasses. Who gets the one cured like immune individual and in less than 24 hours just decides we're going to kill her? It's like, what time limit are you under? Why do you think you need to immediately murder this person? It's like, well, this is the only option. It's like, maybe we should, experiment a little more, think about it a little bit. She's not going anywhere.
And Marlene tries to tell Joel, this is what she wants. Well, how do you know that? Just wait a little bit for her to wake up and then ask her if she wants to do it.
Yeah. Christ.
This is what a 13-year-old child would want. Therefore, we have to hinge all of humanity on it.
But
how is it eugenics? Like,
this is a fun mission, though. Whenever you're riding the bike with the chainsaws on it,
terrorist reality.
Dead Rising 2 throws an interesting curveball our way. This adaptation of American capitalism to zombification has resulted in a phenomenon where disenfranchised zombies are being exploited for.
I mean, they don't have much franchise to begin with, so.
If you want to argue that like they shouldn't have infected as many people, fine, but like. The people who are infected, there's nothing you can do for them at that point. They're fucking infected zombies. Like, they're not going to come back. I hate to be the one to tell you.
God, the stretching here is just pissing me off.
Also, has anyone else noticed that Chuck's last name is green, yet his jacket is yellow? I mean, missed opportunity to make him the green colored guy in this scenario.
There you go.
It's like imagine calling a character the Green Lantern and putting him in blue.
Yeah.
Oh, did that actually happen in the comics or some shit?
Sinestro, after he got his yellow ring, he wore blue for a long time for they made the Sinestro Corps, yeah.
Anyway. But yeah, it's like when you put a color in someone's name, you kind of have to dress them up in that color.
Yeah.
Entertainment. The main playable character, Chuck Green, is a motorcyclist forced to compete in a game show called Terror is Reality, where
your frame rate
contestants
sucks, but
massacre
that's
as many zombies as possible for kicks. Chuck needs the money.
What are you running this on, a potato PC? What the fuck?
Could you imagine like how fucking hilarious this would be if this was like actually all her footage and it's like this dog shit? Yeah, that would
it's like
explain a lot.
it's like this
Yeah.
jumping over of frames.
Yeah.
Buy expensive Zombrex for his infected daughter, Katie, but he's sympathetic to a group called CURE, Citizens for Undead Rights and Equality.
Yeah, Cure's full of retards, just like you. I'm sorry, bro.
Who campaign against terror is reality and all forms of unethical treatment of zombies, believing that they are simply infected people who deserve to be treated with dignity. CURE aren't against the necessity of killing zombies in self-defense, but they are opposed to the systematic exploitation
Oh
of
my
zombies for
god, Cure is a
entertainment.
comically stupid group. Like, if
It
you
is.
actually think that they're supposed to be taken seriously, then you are more retarded than the game could ever imagine.
Literally.
And
Imagine
they
this,
are
like, this
full-
game was made in like 2009 or some shit. And
2010.
yeah, so even so 15 years ago, they're like, ah, look at this silly group. Like, we're going to make this and put this in the game, and like everybody can laugh at them. And then in 2025 or 2024 or whenever this video released, they're just like, no, this group is to be taken seriously. They are very sympathetic. It's just like, guys, they were made as a parody, and now you're taking them seriously. That makes you the parody.
They're
Like,
literally a parody of you. Yeah.
you're a joke at this point. Like, just
Yeah.
stop.
Stop. Jacob says nobody cares. Nobody cares. Yeah.
falsely accused of causing the outbreak, labeled shock horror as terrorists. Capcom is, of course, a Japanese company, and it's curious that its two major zombie franchises would be so concerned with the evils of American capitalism and individualism.
Hang on. Like Japanese capitalism couldn't be critiqued through zombie fiction, but that would be calling themselves out, right?
What?
Ah.
What? I have no clue what that
I'm pretty
means.
sure capitalism's the same no matter where in the world you are, so.
Yeah, and the Japanese call it like their own imperialism and shit all the time.
Ugh. Christ.
Several moments, especially in Dead Rising, openly satirize the bloodthirstiness, violence, and greed of American society. But in Dead Rising, zombieism and its political trappings seem cast as a quintessentially American ill. In Resident Evil, capitalism may be more of a global ill, but Americans as our world police are once more our
Oh my god, did you tell me that this one saw Team America World Police and legit thought like, oh yeah, that's what all Americans think of themselves as? Like, no! What the fuck, lady?
And also, has it occurred to this lady that like some stories can be more over the top than others?
Yeah.
Yeah, like once you start punching boulders and shit, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be an over the top kind of story.
Yeah.
behaviors. As with Resident Evil, there are certain contradictions that plague Dead Rising's narratives. For example, its
course.
campiness is sometimes reliant on blatant misogynistic exploitation of flat female
Oh.
characters for sex appeal.
How horrible.
You're just jealous that you'll never be as hot as this lady.
Yeah.
And its
You
villains
should be
are
happy for this. That's like lesbian shit. So that's LGBTQ. I know you don't like to recognize the L because sometimes it can be hot, but
This
it happens.
True.
this cow probably had a heart attack when she saw that Sydney Sweeney
Oh,
commercial.
hell yeah.
Nazi propaganda.
Eugenics!
Yeah.
Fuck!
Jacob says, where's Japanese Spider-Man when you need him? Exactly. We need Japanese Spider-Man to troll these bitches when they be playing games on Twitch. Yeah.
Stringer!
Spider Stringer, yeah.
frequently designated as psychopaths in ways which
Oh shit, Slappy! Fuck!
colored,
Wow.
varied,
Holy fuck, is he on the
but
screen?
across the board
He's gone.
troubling. American
There's
like a-
capitalism is
there's
critiqued
like a-
Oh
for
my
fat-phobic
god, that
images
guy, I fucking hate that guy. Fuck that boss.
Capitalism is critiqued through fat phobic imagery. Oh my god! So you can't win with these people if you're greedy.
Oh,
you're also fat phobic.
I'm gonna be fucking like, oh my god, I'm gonna be sleeping with the lights on now when I go to bed. Shit.
What? Because of Slappy?
I fucking hate Slappy. I swear to God, John, you better fucking not post pictures of him in the Discord. I swear to God.
Well, now that you mention it.
No, John, if you do, I'll kick you. You won't be allowed on Backseat Boys anymore.
That sounds like more free time for me.
Oh, fuck.
Words are violence, and so is silence.
Oh.
Ugh.
Jacob says he's too busy fighting Japanese Venom. Yeah, can you get him to fight fucking Slappy for me? So I swear to God, Slappy's the reason I've only played Dead Rising once.
And then he goes off and joins the Japanese Avengers.
Yeah.
Which are tired and violent tropes, which perpetuate a kind of violence, fat phobia, which is both classist and racist in nature. Inspired by George Romero's quintessential
Okay,
zombie
so all the villains have to be skinny, white, straight, cis, male, non-Uncle Toms or whatever the equivalent of that would be. They gotta hit this very, very narrow thing in order to not stereotype. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, like people don't make this shit up when they say that the only people who are allowed to be villains now in media are just straight white men.
Yep.
Yeah.
British dudes. That's always the safe one. Let's like Uncharted 2 got in trouble for like being racist because they're like, oh, Nathan Drake killed so many minorities in Uncharted 2. And so it's like, all right, fine. We'll just make the third villains British. Everybody loves killing British people. That's fine.
Yeah.
What? He was killing. No, he wasn't. If anything, he was saving a bunch of minorities when he protected.
Well, that's white savior. You're not allowed to do that either.
Yeah, of course. They can't win with these people.
No, John. The main villain in the first Uncharted was a British white guy. Remember that boring guy?
Yeah. Well, then the main villain in the second one was
Lazarevich.
Yeah,
who's like Russian or whatever the hell.
He's very white, so
Yeah.
you know
And
that doesn't matter.
His minion was Harry. He's white too.
Well, that doesn't matter. He killed a bunch of people in like Nepal and shit.
Wait, who? Like the only like fucking non-white villain in the trilogy I could think of was like Eddie Raja, and it was like, "Hey, Mr. Drake, I got you now." Remember that guy? He's like the only
somewhere.
Or what about the guy who was like the final boss of Uncharted 1? He was like that. He was the main villain's henchman. What, Chris?
Navarro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he unleashed
so
El Dorado on the main bad guy, and then he took over. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 out of like how many white guys? So it seems like.
Shut up! It's racist. Drake is a racist.
Anyway.
And of course, don't forget Uncharted 4, Nadine, the one who starts out as a villain, but in the end, she saves the day.
A good guy all along.
Just like Reba.
Yeah. Anyway,
the body of the zombie stands in for the mindless.
What the fuck is this character?
That's Frank in a dress.
Yeah, it's like Fat Frank in a dress that's like a fucking tube top.
Oh, yeah,
this is definitely her footage. Yeah.
Roaming endlessly around a shopping mall. Both Resident Evil and Dead Rising are plagued by the problem of ludo.
Also, they're not consumer roaming. They're just straight up roaming. It's not like they're like, oh shit, there's a fucking sale over at fucking TJ Maxx or whatever. Let's go there. No.
This is what causes low narrative dissonance for you.
Or a contradiction between what the narrative is trying to say and what the game is asking you to do. As I argued of Resident Evil 5 in another video, your African zombies are pitiable, but ultimately fodder for your gun. In Dead Rising,
every zombie in a Resident Evil game is fodder for your gun.
Yeah, and like wouldn't they all be pitiable too? Because it's like, hey, they didn't ask to become a zombie. It's like, but they are now, so
like I hate this. It's like the same thing happens like Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 4, white, 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 white. And then it gets to 5 and the same exact thing happens. And they're like, wow, racist. It's like, we're treating you the same as everybody else. I don't see how that's racist. That's literally the opposite of racism. It's non-discriminatory.
I would love to see this lady's reaction to the end of the 2013 Tomb Raider game when Lara Croft starts slaughtering a bunch of Japanese zombies.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Jacob says fat phobia is not real. That is correct. And hell, Melissa.
Sympathy for an organization.
If anything, we need more fat phobia because being fat is just bad for you. And By pointing out that people are fat, we can start encouraging people to get in shape and extend their lives.
No.
Be
Yeah.
healthier.
Anyway.
Like Cure is starkly contrasted to general zombie massacre gameplay, including the option to play terror as reality for cash. The amount of zombies you kill is even rewarded with trophies that call you a genocide master.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. Kaylin Smith also points out that one of the main appeals of the Dead Rising series is its wide array of often
like if there were like a new Jedi Order game that came out and you got a trophy for killing a certain amount of Vong and it was called Genocide Master, that would be highly appropriate because the Vong are evil.
Yeah.
Zombies have even more obfuscation because they're literally brain dead. Their brains are dead. Like,
to this lady, she would actually root for the Vong because they're technically immigrants.
Yeah, well, and they're like environmentalists and shit because they don't do all that technology stuff and burn natural resources.
Yeah.
Ridiculous methods for zombie disposal, all of which contribute to the series' simultaneous mocking and indulgence of consumerism. Dead Rising in this way critiques capitalist consumption through parody, while simultaneously allowing the player to indulge in capitalist consumptive fantasies. And
so of
ultimately,
course, it's not good enough for you.
Of course, it's never enough. Yeah.
Because of Capcom's dedication to producing further Resident Evil and
Greatest
Dead
Showman,
Rising titles,
never enough.
Ironically, for their own business model, these
Oh, look, he's
worlds
killing
of
fat people. What the
zombie-related
fuck?
woe have no
Yeah. What the fuck, lady? I thought you weren't fat phobic.
in sight. So where that leaves the revolution, who knows?
Let the revolution start here.
Whew. Now let's get into The Walking Dead,
Even
shall
she's
we?
like, oh, now we're going to start with The Walking
Now
Dead.
15 minutes
time.
We're talking about race. Oh my god.
Well,
15
guys.
minutes in. Let's get her to the subject of the video, baby.
Yeah. But we're gonna have to wait until next week, folks. Or do you guys really want to do the first part of part 2 now?
We good. We good.
I'm
All right.
sorry,
In
Backseat
4
and
hours,
Gene.
that's a perfect cutoff.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna call it because
All right. Well, anyways, Chris, we're tackling this video again next Saturday, so mark your calendar if you want to be part of that. But either way, guys, let's close it out with Jacob here. We should normalize fat shaming, telling fat men they can't see their dick. Yeah.
Like Peter Griffin, whenever he's animated, he's got his belly hanging over his dick and shit.
Yeah.
Like that.
All right, guys.
Like that
So we're
line
gonna
in.
We're gonna fucking call it here. So we'll see y'all again next week. So if you guys enjoy the stream, please give it a thumbs up, comment below to the stream, subscribe to more streams like this, and we'll see you guys next time in the backseat. Take care.